I look like that. Have you heard from Sean Kelly? Did he make it to where he was supposed to be going?
How are you, sir? How's it going? Walking and being all thick. The rest of us with the group that we're going to disappear. Man.
Do you have a name tag?
So Michelle used to take care of my yeah, Michelle's moved on. So who was the contact? So Michelle. Technically, they all. Yes, there's already three. That's perfect because I just want to say, I didn't overlook the lead out. Good to see you. Oh, yeah. Well, the doctor in the hallway, she was getting those communication of what they did. He was like, oh, this place to keep forward.
Is it jumping at all? It should be good. I mean,
is it the mic up there?
No, it's this one. But what's going to happen is the ceiling mics. This will pick up the ceiling mics, so it'll be crystal clear. As long as they're using the ceiling mics, everything will be good.
I just got some ratings. Yeah, it dropped it.
1, 2, check. Hello, 1, 2.
Yeah, it's
okay. Once they start using the mic, the ceiling speakers, everything will go. Oh, right here. Yeah. So you got zoom in, out.
And we just have to move it.
Where's the on button? It's already on. It's already doing everything.
We're just moving it from the podium to the speakers.
And on this, I'm just going to let it run. Even though they're using YouTube and it does a recording, this way they can have an edit for it. And in fact, I'm going to hit that. I mean, they can edit it later. Yeah, they've already got it going to YouTube, and we're recording here now too. So don't say anything you don't want recorded. All right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you here this morning for the third annual University Research Park Summit, hosted by Texas A&M Central Texas University. I appreciate all of you coming this morning. We're glad to see you here. Hope you had a chance to get some breakfast or coffee or other juice that is offered out there. I do want to say that we're going to lead off with the national anthem sung by Charlie Ayers. Everybody tells you come up with a joke. I know Charlie's a wonderful singer. Let's see if we can for this. But we're glad to have you here this morning. The first thing I want to do is thank a few of our sponsors. And you may have met some of them as you were kind of socialized or saw them in the entryway out there. But our breakfast sponsor this morning was Geeks and Nerds. We appreciate them doing that for us this morning. Your lunch sponsor is Tritium Corporation, and you'll hear more from them a little bit later. We also want to have two silver sponsors, the Conference Cove Economic Development Corporation and Syntex Technologies. We appreciate them with their sponsorship. And then we have two great sponsors, Midas Electronics, and I want to try to say this name right because it was a little hard for me, Mitcatix or Mitcatix. Is that right?
It's Mechatex.
Mechatex, okay, see, I never messed up. They're done to charm. There's another one of our great sponsors. We appreciate their help as well. So, and again, we want to thank Texas A&M for hosting this today, along with the Greater Clean Chamber of Commerce and their staff who helped put all this together, working with the university. I'd like to recognize some of our community partners that are here. I know we have the City of Killeen leadership that's here this morning. If you please stand up. Thank you for coming. Mayor Smith, and there may be some other folks from the Harker Heights City Council. I also want to thank, and this is going to be unique, I would like your Department of Educational Institution, Central Texas, please stand up for a second. Do that because they're the ones who build all the students and all the workforce that we, as different organizations, inherit and use. And that's part of this university's research park in itself. But I do want to thank the sponsors one more time for everything they did bring here, and please give them a round of applause. So we're going to start off this morning with an invocation, and we're going to be led by Dr. Russell Ford.
Please, let's bow our heads. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together safely to discuss our new Research Park and Innovation District plans that incorporate research to support those who defended us, those who are defending us, and those who help keep our defenders safe. Look over our discussions and guide us towards a more inclusive model to ensure different ideas are heard and that no idea is left on the table. And through your grace, we can help bring a better life through research. Please continue to guide our elected officials and their staff as they guide us towards a better life. And please ensure that at the end of our summit, we travel safely home and know that we were all better today because of your oversight. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Ford. And I'd invite Ron McNamara to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand and join me in reciting our pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
No, we're gonna get our show started this morning. I shouldn't say show, it is a show. The people here are gonna highlight some of the work they do and the work that has gone on at the university and some of the organizations that work here. So first, I'd like to welcome Dr. Mark Migliazzo, to make some opening comments.
No, lest anybody get the idea that, if you're president of a university, everybody does what you say. What I found out is, I go here because they tell me to do this, I go over there because they told me to, and I'll say whatever they would like me to say. So we'll give that a try. I did want to make a few brief opening statements before we get into it. My primary role this morning is to welcome you all to the campus of Texas A&M University, Central Texas, and to tell you how pleased we are that you've come here to hear more detail and to engage in further discussion about the potential development of both the Research Park and the Innovation District. Before we get started, I need to thank a few folks. I'm not going to name them all, I'm not going to ask you all to stand up, but there are folks that have made this event happen. You've already heard some of their names. The first one I do, and I do want this lady to stand up, is Dr. Leah Luna. Leah, where are you? There you go. Dr. Luna is on staff here at A&M Central Texas. She has been the lead for us in getting all of this organized and follow through with it. She's done an incredible job. And we've had a tremendous amount of help, individuals from our own faculty and staff, as well as Central Texas College, Greater Killeen Chamber of Commerce, from our business community, and from our sponsors for this event. And I know some of them have been introduced to you already. This is our third summit. And we hope that with each one, we're taking a measured but very deliberate step toward our ultimate goal of both planning and ultimately building the initial phases of a research park and associated innovation district, both of which will be referenced throughout this summit. However, as we continue to enhance our university research park planning, I'd like to take a quick step back in time to review how far this university has come in developing its research capability. Once a branch campus, we separated from Tarleton State University in 2009 as a completely separate and new university in the Texas A&M system. But it was not until 2012 that our research endeavors were truly separated from Tarleton's. For example, we were completely under Tarleton's oversight for human subjects research until the 2012 date. And we did not have any research grants or contracts that were separate from Tarleton until that time. However, for a small developing institution, our progress in the subsequent 10 years, from 2010 to 2022, has been dramatic. Starting with zero research dollars in external funding, we have averaged well over $1 million per year, with the greatest increase in the last 5 years. During that time, we've received approximately $8 million in external funding, including 2 substantial federal research grants and contracts supported by our Congressman, Judge John Carter. Those grants and contracts provide support for many of our university research park focus areas, including defense, solar research, cybersecurity, and data analysis. And Dr. Porter said our prayer for us. Dr. Porter says a lot of prayers given the nature of his job in research. Dr. Porter and his small but exceptionally capable staff have steadily accelerated both our capability and our achievements. We have been, and I'm proud to say it, overachieving as a small new university for the last 7 or 8 years in growth, steady growth and expansion of our research capability. Let me conclude my remarks with this general comment. For decades, literally decades, community and military leaders from Bell County and Fort Hood have believed that the creation of what we now call Texas A&M University Central Texas would help revitalize the region's growth and development, simultaneously raising the educational level of its workforce while expanding its ability to both envision and forge a dynamic and prosperous future for the region. One dream at a time, one project at a time, one accomplishment at a time, with the certainty that there will always be one more. I'm hoping that with this meeting, there will always be one more. One more to discuss the opportunities, one more to discuss the possible partnerships, one more to discuss what we might be able to accomplish as a community or as a group of communities, what we might be able to accomplish with our partners in the community colleges. All of those things have tremendous potential. They float around out there sometimes scattered. I'm hoping through events like this one, we can begin to pull those elements together and be able to achieve the things that we're envisioning now. You know, I look in the mirror every now and then when I think about expanding research and start talking about research parks and innovation districts and things. You know, are we just dreaming? No, folks, we're not. We are not just dreaming. We are not just saying, wouldn't it be nice to? We have taken steps in the right direction. And with the help of folks like you all, we will continue to take those steps. And the accomplishments, I think, will be incredibly pleasing to us, but also impactful on where we live and the growth and development of our communities. So once again, thanks to all of you for being here today. I hope you have a great time. You're going to hear a lot of interesting information. And I hope it will be beneficial to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolazzo. Now, you're going to talk about the University Research Park. And so next, we're going to hear a brief overview of some of the planning and the work that's gone on. And so I invite Stephen Colston.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stephen Colston, I'm a principal at Perkinsville, and I've had the great privilege and honor of working with so many of you across this community and region over the last little over a year in really creating and shaping a vision for this innovation community here very clearly. Yes. What I want to share with you all this morning, kind of a brief overview, and then we've got some time to talk a little bit later after lunch to go through a little finer detail, a bit of the vision and the byproduct of the work that we've been doing for something that we're referring to as Forge, this innovation community at A&M Central Texas. So I'm going to transition here so I can see. We're gonna walk through a couple of elements. Talk a little bit about the charge that Dr. Nicolazzo was just kind of teeing up for us here, and then have some context in terms of understanding the challenges and the opportunities that are really laying before us, and then talk a little bit about kind of the physical context and the economic context that is really the fabric that, around which we're trying to shape this innovation opportunity, and then really get into sharing with you some of the vision and byproduct of this board. So the first step in the process was really kind of our charge. So many of you who were at the last one of these summits will recognize that I think that one of the announcements was made that we're about to embark on an exciting new process to develop a plan and shape a strategy for developing a research park here in A&M Central Texas. That was funded by an OLDCC grant in 2021 that was awarded to A&M Central Texas to be operated by the Killeen Chamber Fort Hood Regional Economic Development Organization, working very in close proximity with a steering committee, a core team, A&M leadership, and many of you as part of our stakeholder community from across the region. The goal for this project was essentially to identify a strategy to support collaboration that would provide a strategic roadmap for enforcing and really kind of developing a burgeoning and sustaining innovation ecosystem here. I want to give a lot of credit to all of the partners here in this process that were involved throughout. We had a great core team working with us from A&M Central Texas and the Chamber, the leadership team from A&M Central Texas, and many other key stakeholders. So I put all of your names on these slides. We'll be presenting here the rest of this morning, but I want to thank many of you here who contributed in terms of telephone calls, times, meetings, and research and surveys that we've conducted over the course of this project. So I'm a principal with Perkins & Will. We are the design firm and strategy firm that was really engaged to help manage and lead this process. I'd like to give recognition to a couple of my colleagues. I think I see Blythe Franklin in our office, Andrew Brown and Hunter Nessa here with me here this morning. It's been a great collaboration, but not only with us, but with several of our consulting partners. One of our, not least of which was our partners with HR&A advisors who looked at a lot of the market, economics, real estate, and strategy work working with knowledge communities. And there's some great consultants supporting us in parking, transportation, mobility strategies, engineering, and ecological and environmental and habitat analysis with Nelson Nygaard, Pacheco Coke, and Biohabitats. So let's talk a little bit about what the opportunity is. So we sit here in this remarkable place called the Texas Group, right? Texas is, if we were our own economy, I think we would be the 11th largest economy in the world. If we're our own country, the majority of the Texas population lives within this Texas triangle. A GDP in excess of $1 trillion annually. We sit right along this area that's recognized as kind of this burgeoning innovation corridor between San Antonio all the way up to Waco and beyond. And we really see an opportunity to sort of springboard off of the growth and development and innovation in this corridor. But it's also anchored by this, this major component here, which is Fort Hood. And we'll talk a little bit more about how kind of defense and Fort Hood and those components really come together and shape. When we get down to the ecosystem in the region here, the stuff that we're talking about here is not only driven by Fort Hood, and it's not only what we're talking about, really essentially the campfire here at A&M Central Texas in terms of the initial research part. We see this as a series of repercussions that happen to support a sustaining innovation ecosystem over time. But it doesn't happen without some of the really key partners in the process, right? All of your remarkable education, workforce development, whether it's the career training at Killeen ISD, whether it's a partnership with your freshman, sophomore programs at Central Texas College, with the other workforce and development strategies around the community. Also, the infrastructure that is in place. I was just recently touring a research park and innovation communities in Purdue. I can't fly in there on a major major airline carrier, but we can do that right here in Killeen. And I think you have some really remarkable resources and partners that have helped support this. When we talk about A&M University, we have Central Texas here. We've got 2,900 students in unduplicated headcount, 672 acres of really development area that's kind of our opportunity canvas. But A&M Central Texas doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's part of this fabric of this larger education and research powerhouse, right, in Texas called the A&M system. And so the opportunity to be a part of the fabric and the context and be able to leverage the tools and the relationships there become a really, really strategic component of this, not least of which is one of the system-initiated investments in the campus of Rellis in Bryan, Texas, which is the site of the George H.W. Bush Combat Center. And that collaborations and the bridges that we really talk about, this John Dean said this morning, the bridge between Rellis and what we're doing here in Central Texas is really, really crucial. Fort Hood is a driver of this economy, by no question, the largest single site employer in the state of Texas, contributing $30 billion to our economy, contributing to that $1 trillion annually that's happening in this in the Texas Triangle. But one of the other really important things to think about at Fort Hood and opportunities we can imagine with the Army collaboration with Army Futures Command is another. Fort Hood is the headquarters of the Operational Test Command. And not only just the headquarters, but also 4 of its 8 directorates from around the country, and then other resources to be able to bear. So how do we really kind of, get those opportunities outside the fence? How do we think about commercialization? How do we think about industry partnerships and so on? One of the things I want to point out that I think is super, super exciting and kind of a remarkable opportunity for us to exploit here in the region is you are the only university in the state of Texas that shares such a major contiguous border with Fort Hood. And that's something we believe with a major military installation, we think that's an opportunity to positively exploit to our advantage here. So let's kind of shape a little bit of, or kind of frame a little bit of the problem and the challenge that we have before us. So Fort Hood, right, our 900-pound gorilla in our community right here, has approximately 600 soldiers that are exiting that installation on a monthly basis. And many of those soldiers are coming with strong technical education and training. Some of them are coming with security clearances, and most are all coming out with strong workforce just self-discipline and work ethic in terms of kind of their efforts. In addition, a lot of those soldiers have put down roots in your community with their families here, and would love to be able to remain in the region and be a part of the fabric of this community. But a lot of the jobs that we would imagine being able to be filled by that exiting workforce don't exist here today. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you have these amazing academic institutions here, not least of which is A&M Central Texas here, that has the opportunity to deal with retraining, with education, with advancing the education of those workforce, and actually putting out students and graduates who could actually go into the marketplace. And then we have an industry sector over here. We have, I believe, well over 70 defense contractors that are already physically located in this region. And we have these industry disconnects between, what's been happening in academia, what's been happening with the exits that are happening from the defense base. And then we've got this innovation economy that we're really working here at Clean, and how do we bring those components together. So the opportunity is really all about kind of bringing these pieces and parts together in a really intentional way. Taking A&M Central Texas' opportunity to really orchestrate a collaborative space for these partners to come together, to bring private sector, industry, academia, and the defense sector to come in lots of different ways and collaborate to create essentially a defense-related technology strategy that we refer to as the Forge. So this is really about bringing people, place, and programs together in a very important and intentional way. And we've crafted this around the brand that we've identified as Forge. It's really a place-based innovation community conceived as an idea, really grounded in program, and driven by the physical environment and context that it sits a part of. Really a dynamic defense-based innovation community. We shared with you a little bit of the definition here. This idea of sort of creating this catalytic speed to advancement of technologies is what we imagine. So by its definition, we really see this as a place where leaders, partners, educators, researchers, industry partner collaborators come together to create a really, really remarkable place and opportunity. So, I love this quote from the CEO of one of your partners here in the community, with Tribune. The really basic question, and by the way, this is a fundamental question: why are we here today? And it's about bringing this academic, industry, defense partnership collaboration together in a very, very intentional way, for the same reasons that Tritium is based in the Cummings Research Park, second largest research park in the country, Huntsville, Alabama, has come here and actually physically occupy space within this campus, within the buildings here today. So let me show you a little bit about the context. So here's the existing campus that we're sitting on here today, 672 acres. The first 3 buildings have been built out here. Kind of reflecting back to what President Iglesias was talking about, a plan that was developed back in 2009. I remember that's a football stadium up there, but before there was ever even a president here, right? And so part of our exercise is really how do we develop a plan for this place that aligns with the strategic plan and mission of the university today, that right sizes with the economy, the opportunity, and this innovation strategy that we have before us. When we think about this in physical context, we are also saying, where does this actually happen? Some of you from around this neck of the woods may recognize this little campus called University of Texas. We did an overlay of the original 40 acres on this from the kind of center of this spot that we're sitting here today, Warrior Hall, and said, well, what kind of level of density can we build on this site? So we really kind of focused on a target study area that looks in closer to these particular buildings. A focused development where the infrastructure already exists. You park somewhere out here, there's utilities coming online, there's a new central plant coming on within the next year. We also have some very sensitive habitat issues and endangered species that are around the site. But we wanted to right size that, as I mentioned, to the strategic plan of the institution today. And then intentionally began to concentrate development and celebrate this unique and exciting natural environment. We looked at the marketplace conditions in terms of understanding, what was happening in terms of the multifamily, office, hospitality, and retail. We see a lot of opportunities for there. We see extraordinary growth happening within this region in terms of the physical demographics, and something that we see to be able to build on. The other thing that's happening is there's a remarkable juxtaposition between the economy that's happening down in Austin and what's happening up here in the Killeen region. And we think there's opportunities for us to be able to fill in those voids, fill in those spots with partnerships across the region and be able to build those opportunities here as well. So the economic context, as we said, we really kind of reflect the economy of here in Fort Hood. So the opportunities really develop our companies, develop our workforce, focusing on creating those connections and really retaining and developing and then ultimately attracting remarkable talent. Investing in these programs, driving the enrollment, and creating an attractive talent pool comes together by bringing all of these partners together in a very intentional way. Now, we talk about this as a blended knowledge community, where this is really not, we're thinking about a physical separation of a research park that's happening far, far away from the academic institution, or necessarily even physically abiding, but really beginning to blend those intentionally in a very deliberate way with a component that I refer to as bumpability, which is the intentional and purposeful design of spaces and places to create accidental interactions. And so that's what we really kind of imagine here. So I'm going to close here with a little cast of the vision, kind of tease some of this out and get you excited about the opportunity. What does this place look like? It's really the epicenter for innovation that really puts this portion of Central Texas on the map. An engine for economic opportunities and economic resilience here within your region. An active hub where students, researchers, industry, government come together to solve some of the toughest problems, including of our military needs. In a place that really represents and reflects your community, including this remarkable, beautiful context that we're sitting in here today. There's the bald knob, right, that I sat and looked at on 195 as I was sitting tracking. Right? So these icons that you have to really support. And from that, we identified a series of guiding principles that are fundamentally informing what we're doing. Building on the knowledge and innovation strategies, a resilient economy, thinking about how we bring that together with our community partners and celebrate this unique natural and ecological environment. With these three big ideas, this notion of a blended, horizontally and vertically spaces and places within campus. You know, you have Tritium, you have Syntex that are physically occupying space within this campus today. So you've already got the model in place. Creating a there, a special place that really brings people together from across the region, the kind of heart of collaboration. And finally, these gradients and different types of spaces. So here's the plan as it sits today. And here's the projection of the plan long range. Now, this is a long-range build-out, as you see. We're imagining about 1.8 million square feet of developable space just within this concentrated area that we see here. That's integrating that live, work, play environment of residential, retail, industry, commercial, research, and of course, academia. I want to point out right up at the top of this presentation a little notation that says collaboration quad on there. And that's really about creating spaces that bring all of these different components of this blended knowledge community together, and thinking about how we vertically and horizontally stack those on the site in an intentional way. The spaces in that collaboration quad are the ones where people begin to congregate, where we can have coding academies, training workforce, we can bring our academic and workforce partners in, we can bring our research and industry partners in, we can bring our military and defense partners in, and it becomes a part of, you know, a daytime, nighttime, fundamentally branded place that's a part of an 18-hour community. So it's really that live, work, play component that celebrates your natural environment and context. And it creates a space and place that responds to the market demand, that provides a space for soldiers and their families, and children to be able to come and live and actually interact and play and celebrate, as well as the students and industry partners that are here today. We've got some series of interesting buildings that we can kind of talk about, that we imagine coming together on the horizon. We can get into a little bit later in more detail this afternoon. And then we imagine some of the very first movers as a part of this being new academic research space, some new housing space coming on, some new infrastructure space to support some of the development and then amenities that come on as well. We imagine this really being about a commitment from not only A&M Central Texas, but from you and your community to support these program, place, and people strategies. And I'll close with this wonderful quote from President DiGliazzo, that this is really about creating an opportunity where academia, education, and work all come together to create this learning and industrial environment that is going to become a sustained and resilient economy across the region.
Thank you, Steve. We appreciate that. And hopefully you kind of whetted your appetite, and you may think of some questions, you'll have a chance to ask him when he does a little more in-depth brief presentation this afternoon. So next I'd like to invite, that's only a second ago, Mr. Scott Connell, who is the President and CEO of the Greater Clean Chamber of Commerce, up for a few comments.
Still have a clicker? I'm a big PowerPoint, so I can't talk unless I have something to look at, right? So thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for being here today and participating and having some interest in giving of your time and your talents to the conversation that we're engaged with today. A little bit about me. We at the Chamber of Commerce represent both, you may have seen the term Fort Hood Regional Economic Development Foundation. That's a private fundraising group we manage that has been the partner in this the effort with Perkins and Will to do this part of the study. So we're very excited about the opportunity to be a part of this. They've asked me, and I've got 10 minutes to do this, and I'm between you and the bathroom or another cup of coffee, so I'll talk fast and you listen fast. But what they've asked me to do is to talk about a little bit about where we see in economic development the process of working with technology firms and how does that work? Is there a real change? And so what I want to just talk about is what is technology? And we all have that phone sitting next to us that's buzzing, telling us to do something. But we also know it's a computer, it's software, it's support to that, but it's in a lot of different places that we really haven't seen before. And I'll talk a little bit about why we see it. Obviously, in drug development, manufacturing is ever more technologically involved, and some of that is simply the nature of where we are right now in the economy. Hard to find people. So we're going to take that scenario, instead of having them move boxes here and there, we're going to put a robot in the middle and take care of that business. So the investments that we're seeing now in manufacturing, investments in the industrial side, is much more technology oriented. So it's in manufacturing. Obviously in defense, you'll hear a lot about that. Food service, food business is huge. The changing the way we're eating, the changing the way we want to eat, whether we really eat better or not, is it got more protein or are we eating better? But how it's delivered to us is a technology that is a very different way that we're going to see things going forward in our lives. And we need to recognize that all of these industries and all of these are bringing things together that we've not seen before. And there are each one of those, let's just say car, we are very familiar with cars are becoming much more technology. There's 200 different processing or computers in a car. We all know that if we don't have the technology parts that go into the car, we're not going to get that car. We've all experienced that in the last few years. So it's not necessarily the products, but the products that go into the final product. And that's where we're seeing a considerable amount of growth in America right now, is in those component parts. So has our process changed? Well, maybe. It's still land, labor, capital. I'm going to go through that real quick. I got a degree in economics, so I'm probably the only non-doctoral person on your base that I have a bachelor's degree. But the details have changed. That's the big key. And I think that we're all experiencing this, but we're going to put it all together. In our world, we see it every day. So land is certainly its sites. I like to say the process a company goes through a lot of times is just like you do when you're buying a house. You want to be in the right environment. You may want an apartment in downtown. You may want 10 acres in a rural area. Everybody looks different. It's still 4 walls, but what you want in it is very, very different than what the next person is. So the style of locations, the buildings and fit to use, obviously a research facility, a lab is very different than a software space to do coding. And a big part of what we're seeing now is some proximity to other industries. I'm getting the call here already. So how do we fit into the world is a bigger issue for us. And so our geography is enormous for our competitive scenario. Texas is a world leader. People know it. We hear it a lot where they say, well, I'm going to look at North Carolina or Florida, but I always have to look at Texas. Or I'm looking at the Midwest, but I have to look at Texas. Why? Because we have a reputation of doing some amazing things. And we really fit in a North American scenario where things are coming back from China that really makes the difference. And then, of course, it's been talked about our situation and our geography and our ability to connect the dots with these major metropolitan centers in the state. No other state has the number of large metro areas that Texas does. So how we fit into a day to be able to run to Houston for a day for a meeting and come back is an enormous opportunity that other states don't have. Labor, we talk about that. We don't have to go through a great deal about what it means to us, but if we're not aligning the kind of training and they can't get the people, it makes a big difference. I would say the biggest issue on this list is recruitability and commutability. If you've driven I-14, if you've driven 195, you know people are working here and living somewhere else and vice versa. And we need to recognize the regionality of that. And so when companies are looking, it's not necessarily whether you're here now, but can I get them to get here when I need them? 2 years down the road, 5 years as we grow. And how does that work together in a long-term scenario for spouses, to income, to professionals, lots of things that we need to be working on. And obviously our data and our demographics and the resources we have in our community help us to do that and meet those needs for that. The commute times, our ability to tell that story in our office, to be able to know the data, to share what the changes have happened, what we stand today, what used to be, and how everything from housing developments to all to makes a difference. And then capital, your classic, it's not just whether they can get banking financing, it's where we're investing our capital in our community sometimes to help them get through this. It's utilities, these industries, in advanced industries are utilizing a significantly larger amount of capital, of utilities, food services, water, it's electricity, it's gas, it's telecom, it's a lot of things that we need to be investing in our communities to be able to serve these industries and in a timely manner, in a way that they need it so they can serve. Not every industry can go everywhere, and that's the defining issue of when they're trying to find the right place. It's because we can support them on an ongoing basis. So how we do that, regulation, taxes, all of those things kind of fit. And so, and then those future long-term development aspects of the community. Where is it going? Where are we going? The research park is a big, huge opportunity for us to talk about where this community is going. And so even at the beginning, having great plans, people are going to be with us. They're making those investments for 20 years, 30 years of being in a place. So they want to know what that community is also getting involved with that they can then do as well. So, and some of the things that we're seeing, I would just say the impact, just to wrap it up, is what are we seeing that are impacting us? It's happening around us. Again, we talk about not just the final products in the area of Samsung and Tesla and SpaceX, but there are component parts, there are materials that they need to buy that need to be of high technology, and that's where I think our proximity to these larger drivers in our region are really a big opportunity for us going forward. We've already seen a couple of companies in Killeen already that have located our suppliers, Samsung. We see that opportunity to continue to grow. So it may not be that we're the final product, but those elements, I would just say one thing, that the CHIPS Act that has really driven on an enormous amount of opportunity for Texas is also driving a support industry that has just never been in the United States before. And so we're very excited about the two companies we have in our community that are actually already supporting that industry. And so I think those are the things you need to think about. Is may not be a name you've heard before, but it's something that's going to be a great thing for us down the road. So I would just pose these questions as you're thinking today. Are we ready in our community to do this? What do we need to do to make sure that we're focused on that future? I think we are, but just it's an ongoing process. So after that, I think the hook is coming my way. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. Thanks for being here today and your input and your support as we go forward on these very important efforts. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start in just a minute. But first, we're going to take a quick break. Be back. I'd ask you please be back seated by 9:55. And we're going to start with our keynote speaker, Dr. Biswas, and then we quickly follow by a panel after that. But if you'd like to go out and get some coffee or utilize facilities or see some of the displays in the hallways, please take your time to do that. And we want to thank our break sponsors, Vitaz and Mechanics. Closer that time? Necatech. Our product and public education. Please take your break.
Well, usually it's quite well.
So you have to request permission. You're like, you're trying to get cars down. It's like, so now we got
There's so much going on. I got home real late last night. Over. Just kidding. I said Colorado. How are you? I saw you different last week. I hadn't seen him in a while. He's always running around. Yes. Sure. I mean, it's probably it's their law enforcement. Again, state law is going to be a tenuous yeah. That's right. Thank you. I was trying to give you a sign.
No, I know, I got up here and I was like. Basically means like.
And it's the first thing.
Hi, how do you do?
He always said the first few years. Well, and I will tell you, working for Brad in Austin.
with the stream, that's been enforced, so our stream is the one that we actually connect to our stream. So we have all these graphics and transitions and backgrounds and things that we can use and kind of just make it professional, and it's also supposed to show the selection. So unfortunately, what's going on says there's a 24-hour briefing period. So our 24-hour briefing period starts and it allows us to stream. So then we just go to YouTube clips. I mean, it's a very basic broadcast, but it is what it is. It's all we've got. So, yeah. It is working. It is working. We are streaming live. So I guess we'll learn next time. Hey, make sure we've got a 24-hour grace period. We got to get the day before. So it's just I never knew that it even we never had that problem before. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it might be one of those things. So yeah. It gives people, and we have at least an audience. We got 10 people logged on right now. So it's something. Exactly.
We've met before. Yeah, did you come up to the Brick on that visit? Because I know we've met somewhere else. No, see, well, I'm up at Baylor, and I know a group came up to Baylor about a year ago.
So,
And
I think it was maybe Dr. Oser
okay,
somebody from CDC came.
okay.
It was not me though.
So you and I have met in some other capacity. I retired out of Fort Hood here in 2013,
Okay.
and then went up to UT Arlington and worked a couple of years. Was down at Military Child Education Coalition for about 15 months. Maybe it was there.
Maybe it was there.
Then went to Baylor, and I still live down here, but I work at Baylor. So, but I know we've met somewhere. I just, but
Small
yeah,
world, isn't
it is. It's a small world. This is impressive. I'm very, as a soldier, retiring here, very happy to see this. And,
So where do you live? Do you live in this area?
yeah, we live in Bellicharka in Nolanville.
Nolanville.
I just put money on land yesterday in Waco, in the Reno area. Yeah, so we're gonna be I'm not moving for Baylor. I'm moving because my son and his fiance are up there. We're looking forward to grandchildren someday, and of course I have been integrating into the Baylor community and Waco community, and so we do like it and stuff. But we've been down here since 2009 in our home down here. So I retired in 2013. So I've watched the community grow, and this is impressive, and I want to help from a Baylor perspective, because we've learned a lot of lessons in our growth and tech commercialization and R1 research. So whatever we can do to help, we want to. I really want to see this take off here and work together. Collaborate. That's the key. It's about not competing, but collaborating. And there's so many opportunities out there. And now you. Okay.
I work on the main campus of 9 miles down the road.
Okay.
9 miles down Clear Creek Road.
Right.
So we have an opportunity to CT.
Yeah.
CT, because again.
Out of the, it's like a community college,
It's a community
right?
college, the high school, the courtesy associate.
Yeah.
Right,
Exactly.
So there's zero competition.
Right, exactly. It's perfect theater.
And we have a lot of students, we have a 12-county service
Right,
area.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My wife is from Killeen. She graduated as a kangaroo, whatever it was at the time. Yeah, she graduated in, let's see, when did she graduate? 78 from Killeen. So I think it was the last year that it was just Killeen High School, and then they started to grow the high school. So yeah, she's from this area.
By the way, they sent my daughter to the science. They renovated the school.
Yeah.
New high school on Shepherd Road.
Yes, yes.
I mean,
I haven't seen that yet, but I've heard about it. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like 30 years.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I started, my first assignment was at Fort Hood, coming out of West Point, from the basic course. I got here in '85. So this was my first assignment. My wife, yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, there was no restaurants, none of that stuff, which people don't know. And then I met my wife, and then we got married, and then we came back here 4 times, or 3 subsequent times, and then I retired in 2013. So yeah, I have watched and all, and she even saw before that. And she was here, when Dad retired in 75. And so yeah, we've seen a lot of growth here. It's amazing.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
I know, exactly. Yeah. I know. Everybody says the same thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat.
But you got a lot of retirees, people making it home, soldiers, and again, you got a lot of, companies and stuff coming in now.
Absolutely. Amazing.
It was nice seeing you again.
Did she quiet? Like you
Welcome back from the break. So I think you're going to hear some interesting speakers this morning, and I think you'll have a chance to ask questions and feedback, and then there'll be a panel. The keynote speaker will also be part of it. I think we'll have some interesting comments and do have some good questions for them then. As you heard the speakers this morning, this research parks are exciting. It really is about opportunity for any organization, whether it's municipalities or an educational institution or a business. There's an opportunity to develop so that brains is a chance to improve both yourself, your community, and the people that live in it. So next, I'd like to invite Chancellor Jim Yiannopoulos up, who's going to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Keith. Take myself so I can read. Dr. Swava Biswas is a associate professor of biomedical engineering at Texas A&M University. He's the executive director for commercialization and entrepreneurship at Texas A&M Engineering Experimental Station. He has an extensive background in research. And I'm going to go through some of this. It's quite interesting. He serves as the executive director for commercialization and entrepreneurship at Texas A&M University Station. He has over 15 years of combined experience in medical technology, innovation, healthcare entrepreneurship, and new ventures portfolio management. His primary research interests are in applying the principles of cardiovascular mechanics in identification and subsequent design and development of medical devices to treat heart failure and similar complex pathologies of the cardiovascular system. I could go on. Prior to joining Texas A&M University, Dr. Biswas was the director of the new ventures at the Texas A&M University system and was directly involved in venture creation, portfolio management, and startup investments. During his tenure, over 60 startup companies were created that raised more than $150 million with outside capital. He has also led multinational teams to facilitate very large strategic initiatives across the Texas A&M University system, where over $350 million in funding has been successfully obtained through public-private partnerships. He also is a co-founder of 3 healthcare companies, Kohler Nova Cardio Assist Device, Shape Memory Medical, Shape Memory Foam-based devices, and Collagenomics. I'm hard to say that word. Cancer biomarker. Dr. Biswas' innovation and entrepreneurial efforts have been recognized by multiple awards in academia and global business forums. He was the recipient of the Michael D. DeBakey Scholarship in Cardiovascular Sciences and co-inventor of the Nobel Adjustable Cardiac Support and Recoil Device for treating systolic and diastolic heart failure. Dr. Biswas is a seasoned and recognized scholar and researcher in the biomedical technical field. I now present Dr. Biswas.
Howdy. Good morning. I will start by wishing you all a very happy New Year. And certainly I hope this year becomes professionally and personally one of the best for you. So I will start by thanking Texas A&M Central Texas, Killeen Chamber of Commerce, and U.S. Army Operational Testing Command for organizing this event, which certainly I cannot overemphasize brings together not only the key stakeholders, but these are the events which really make innovation possible, which requires this kind of collaborative arrangement. So I really like to thank them. It's truly an honor to be here to talk with you, to talk about ideas and strategy. And certainly the speakers before me have set the path in terms of what are the key areas that are going to be of future importance for Texas and Central Texas and the region as a whole. So my presentation, certainly this is something I'm talking with a little bit global perspective, but what I'm hoping is as we talk about these topics, there will be commonalities that we can share. And one of the things that I've learned in my over 2 decades in being in innovation ecosystems is we don't want to replicate what's going on in other areas. We would rather want to focus on what are our strengths and how we can bring that forward to grow the region. So that will be my focus as I talk through some of the topics here. So place-based innovation, I saw this word in the previous presentation too. And I will talk through this because this is very critical when we are talking of innovation in regions like this, where we are, I'm from College Station, that's an ecosystem very much similar to Killeen, but certainly we don't have Fort Hood there, but we have certain common challenges, and place-based innovation is one of the very, very common frameworks that is being used to grow innovation in these kind of regions. So you have seen this, you all know this, we are all part of the same family, we are part of the A&M system. Certainly the unique thing about A&M system as we speak about and being part of the system over 15 years and as a grad student at Texas A&M, so 20 years at this point, we have this unique mix of research, workforce, and technology transfer as a mission, which is really you don't see in every university or university system. That's you see the strength of the size and scale. When we are talking 22 million citizens we are touching across the state. And every university across the state has contribution, not only in teaching or making our future generations academically ready, but we are talking about very hands-on workforce programs, technology transfer as a mission. So we are touching every aspect of Texas economy as part of the system. I work at Texas A&M Engineering and faculty in Texas A&M University, and I'm also in Texas A&M Engineering Experiment Station. It is one of the agencies, probably one of the largest engineering programs in the nation. So certainly our mission is very well aligned. We are serving the state of Texas. We work with the industry and academia as closely as possible to make these things going. Research, workforce, and technology transfer is part of the mission. It's not something we just do. It is something written in our charter. So this is a very serious topic for us, that how we can get all the knowledge that comes out of our research mission out in the real world, impact the citizens through workforce and technology transfer processes. So in my presentation, I will talk a little bit about, in the state of Texas, where we are going and where we are heading in terms of innovation. Certainly, Texas as a state, we have the 9th largest GDP in the world. So we all know that it is one of the fastest growing states. the United States in the world. So Texas and California are, I think, 8th and 9th largest GDP in the world. So that certainly tells us the growth and productivity of the state is growing every year. And over the last decade, the growth has been exponential. If you look at the measures of innovation, there are typically three things. There are many. So this data comes from Federal Reserve of Dallas, which produces very detailed analytics in terms of innovation. If you look at it in terms of patenting, Texas is certainly growing at a pretty high rate. Now, California has been the leader for a long time, and there has been a historic reason why you see that number of patents coming out from California is high. But we are seeing quite a bit of double-digit growth in Texas as it is in terms of patent. In terms of metros and most patent filing, we are seeing that shift happening. As we have the centers in metros where industries are shifting, we are going to see at a certain value inflection, maybe around 2040s, that these charts will start changing pretty quickly. So that's a very positive direction because patents are still seen as an indicator of innovation that is coming out from academic and corporate sector in the state. The second one is disruptive technologies. The word disruptive is overused or misused sometimes, but basically what we mean there is technology trends that have changed the direction of how society has been using that, or as an industry, how they have been impacting. So you can see that there's a change happening. Texas is seeing a lot of these technologies moving from other areas to Texas, and that is a trend. If you look at history, you'll see that not every technology happens in one single state, but with time they start transitioning. So that's what is happening a lot in Texas. We are seeing a lot of these companies who have started or founded in other states are moving towards Texas. And that's a trend. We saw the names of quite a few companies which are moving to Austin and in Texas. They are founded somewhere else. But as these companies are growing, scaling, and looking for the workforce, they are transitioning to states which are adding value much more quickly. And of course, the regulatory and the innovation framework matters. The third piece here is the workforce skill. And this is something which is very, very critical. As a country, as a state, and as a country, we know that one of the biggest impediments of growth is availability of workforce. And in Texas, we still see some gaps when it goes to graduate education, but there is a very positive trend as we are trying to slowly catch up in the bachelor's and college level degrees that is bringing that gap a little bit to a point where employability is getting better and better. But the challenges remain because the skill sets are changing. So these are the three indicators of innovation, which gives a pretty good indication in terms of how the state is going to change and how we have to respond to those changes as it comes. One of the things which is very clear, all of us who work at a level where we have to make strategic decisions and tactically follow that innovation is not something local. The impact of innovation is local, but there is a global environment that we cannot ignore. So when you look at the global R&D investment trends that is going on, and when I'm talking as a United States, and this has been something as a country, our R&D investment is growing. But what has changed over the last decade is global other countries are catching up. And what happened in the last 3 years of pandemic, it really opened up this gaping hole that none of us caught at that point because we're so focused as a country, the companies in terms of efficiency, global supply chain, that during this process that we have lost capabilities in multiple industries, which are the very foundation on which our innovation communities are built on. So as you can see in this one, the shrinking R&D is really something remarkable when you go in last 50 to 60 years. But the tone at this point, it fall in last 3 to 5 years, it is changing. We're trying to reverse this trend, but it's not going to happen very quickly. So there has been this shift over a period of time where to make supply chain efficient, to bring the cost down, to grow quickly, there has been shift in some major industries. And we are seeing some of them being remedied at this point, but this shift is going to reverse with time. And that is an opportunity we have, which is going to really percolate down from the national, state, and to innovation regions like Central Texas, Brazos Valley, and College Station too. So this is a long set of bullet points, but basically from an industry trend standpoint, there are a few things happening. If we look at the research, we really have two large buckets, applied research and basic research. And basic research is still funded through federal government. That's the primary largest funding agencies that we have. They are funding the basic research. The applied research is now increasingly going towards industry funding. But there has been a move of late where it was being seen that the research in certain areas like manufacturing and supply chain, they were not happening at the speed that was required to nationally grow the part in terms of innovation. So we are seeing that trend through CHIPS and Science Act, those kind of things are changing. But certainly as a country, the R&D investments are going back to a positive trend. We are seeing this investment, those are coming not only to companies, but also to universities and innovation communities to start changing the direction this time. So this is really the change where things from 2021, we started seeing the conversation that we need to refocus back on deep tech innovation ecosystem. And I use the word deep tech a lot because this is really a sector of technology which requires long-term investment, which requires very deep intellectual property portfolio, and that's going to take multiple years of innovation to bring it to market. And that is where we have been leading. So United States has been leading the world in technologies which require this long-term investment, deep intellectual property portfolios, and then capital investment, which happen both at the public and the private end. So this is a positive note. We are seeing as the research R&D race happens in the world that we are trying to focus back on how do we support the deep tech investment. And that includes all the industries you hear about, quantum, semiconductors, autonomy. These are all the industries which are built on these multiple years of research, billions of dollars of investment, and you don't see sometimes 10 to 20 years before you start seeing that. And one investment which really drives home the point is the mRNA vaccines. Potentially, that research started in the 1970s. Nobody knew about it till 2020 COVID hit. And literally, that tells us the resilience and how strong our science and technology framework is. And in 2 years, the vaccine from preclinical testing literally saved the mankind. So that's what is deep tech, and that is where the investment has to grow. That is where the success of these communities, the research parts and all in the future will depend. How can we build these platform technologies on which the investments can happen, people can build their careers? So it's a very positive trend. There's an increased investment in public research. The funding is not anymore going to single pockets of investment. It is going through multiple levels in terms of NSF engines and those kind of programs. And there is an increased focus on workforce training and innovation training, which is something that's very critical. I think at this point of time, we all realize that even if there is an immense amount of dollar flowing in, we don't have the workforce which can immediately respond to those kind of. So this is something where we are seeing a very positive trend. I'm very excited, the amount of R&D dollars that are going to flow to universities, that are going to flow to companies, and overall the innovation ecosystems is going to see a pretty large change in coming 3 to 5 years, definitely. So how the innovation ecosystem look like? It's pretty complicated. And this is something where universities, our roles are changing. We are just not now tasked to teach someone or figure out how to give the best education, have them graduate and go out and be what they are. Our roles are now shifted to not only academically teach someone to be a good student or a good faculty down the line, but also we have a very central role, how we can economically shape the region where we are in. And that is where we start getting into very complicated roles, because changing an economic region is not one decision where you can make. It depends on a lot of factors which are beyond our control. So when I talk about deep tech ecosystem, it is a pretty large, complicated piece. And what you see here is really the 4 central universities, industry, government, and labs. Again, this is simplification. Everything in figure looks pretty linear and easy, but real work doesn't happen. But every success of what we are trying to do here, or we are trying to do with Redis campus back in College Station, all of these things depend on connecting this ecosystem. This ecosystem is not connected. We are going to see long-term challenges, short-terms you might not, but that's why we are trying to build. So our effort is to make decisions or build up an ecosystem that can support a long-term sustainable deep tech ecosystem that is not only growth, but that can quickly pivot with changes in the technology platform, the changes in the global economy, changes in the global market. Now, there will be these changes happening. With pandemic, we are seeing the markets kind of refocusing back in certain areas, but this ecosystem is slowly coming back. And there is a realization now in Washington, D.C. funding agencies, NSF, NIH, DoD, that they need this ecosystem to function. The money has to go to private entities to take risks, which typically are not 2 to 3 years out, they have to take risks on products which are 5 to 10 years old. They have to hire STEM graduates and train them, which basically became pretty much gone. Everybody wanted, everyone coming with 5 years of experience. That's not going to happen. Companies have to train people to get to a point they can contribute. So this ecosystem is something very critical. And then you can see on the outside periphery, you have the capital sources, you have the foreign partnerships, and then you can certainly on the left side, you can see the connections with the government. So this is something, is a primary process through which all of our actions go through as a state agency, as a university system. We try to focus on these areas. Academic innovation ecosystem, look at that. We are in university. We certainly, our core focus is research and education, but you can see that it is slowly evolving. We're just not talking about publishing papers. We're not just not talking about going to meetings. We're talking about a lot of things: licensing, entrepreneurship education, innovation funding, industrial R&D, business and angel mentor networking. So these things are not anymore an option on the table that if, let us do that. It is something very, very integrated in our mission. We have to do things well to succeed as a whole, so that we can reshape the economic region, or we can reshape an effort like a research park, so that we are connected to the government, we are connected to the business community, and we are able to connect our students directly with them. I was looking at the presentation. It is truly unique that we are talking about research park here, which is so integrated, because I've been to many research parks where there's a university and then you drive to a pool of buildings where there are a lot of companies, which is very different from having an integrated research park. This is something very refreshing to see, that having something designed like that. At the end of the day, we need to have an innovation ecosystem that looks like this. Certainly, one single place will never have that. And to give an example of Purdue, there are many of these examples. Everyone has certain drawbacks, and that is where this aspect of partnering comes in as part of the system, as part of our local ecosystems, how we work with them. So there are really 4 simple ingredients when you look at it. I use the word simple here in terms of not to get into a long list of things that you need. You really need innovators, and these innovators, when I say that, I'm not saying these are just faculty or PhDs. I'm talking anybody who has an idea, which is something they have figured out, is going to solve the problem. We're talking about physical resources, financial resources, and industry and market. So when you look at these 4 pieces, that is really what makes an innovation ecosystem thrive. So on the right side is an example from a presentation to the Department of Energy. But when I think of national security, that is as an innovation ecosystem, pretty much every aspect of technology that we work on applies to national security. So we need all these different road bumps at some point to be addressed in a certain way, either through partnership or having that in our own ecosystem, so that we can have a deep tech innovation ecosystem emerging. And then that is something is very critical. And again, my 2 decades of experience, I keep on seeing the challenge where we have great technical ideas, but we are gaping holes in bringing connections from this side. Now there are programs which are slowly solving these problems, but again, from a strategy standpoint, it is great to have all this for somewhere. But from a tactical standpoint, we need to start thinking early on that if there is an idea, how it is protected, who supports it, where I can find that person who can act as the first manager/CEO, and where do they go for funding, and they have a working prototype, where do they manufacture, where do they sell, and what is supply chain. And this is something has to be a process that has to be played out in some kind of role playing, that where do they exist, where do they go. Because one of the realities that I have faced, my first company 20 years back, is after you have an invention done, we don't have any local resources to go. So it was always for medical devices, software, the place was to go to West Coast, because that's where the capital was, your board was, management was. It's still happening. None of us can stop movement of companies. That would be wrong strategy to start with those boundary conditions. But they do that because that's the only way for these companies to survive. But that's something we have to look at everything from that lens. If this company is making a hardware product, what kind of resources it will need locally to at least be here before manufacturing is outsourced somewhere else, and we do that. And I see that again from the lens of what we are doing on the Redis campus. One of the things we can support, where do we go out and seek help? And from a research park standpoint too, I can exactly see that these are the things where you will have to start thinking that where are these pieces at this point. Now, you cannot physically move everything, but a lot of things could be done today in terms of a tactical positioning, in terms of having capital resources, physical resources. Now, physical resources we all do pretty well. As academic institutions, we're able to build resources, build labs, provide the initial maker space and those kind of things. But as you get into more complicated areas of manufacturing, additive manufacturing, all these areas, you start getting into resource issues. And that is where a partnership within the system, they exist, leverage that, or we need to go out. But we have to think through these areas so that we can see some kind of a successful roadmap for these companies or startups, new ventures. Place-based innovation, I saw this, Tom, in your presentation too, and this is something, I'm a scientist, I'm an entrepreneur, so I start companies, build companies, and work with the ecosystem, but this is something in the last 4 or 5 years, I started getting in this conversation more and more. I started presenting Texas A&M all over the place, is what do you do when you're not one of the metropolitan urban areas, which by default you had everything because that was the only place to land. But there are hundreds and hundreds of these locations in the world which have fantastic resources, but they were all dependent on certain things happening 100 miles or 200 miles away. And everybody had to create a model that fits into the other model. So place-based innovation is kind of a concept which picked on, mostly from an economic development standpoint, is how do you work as an innovation engine when you have certain advantages, but you're not located in one of those major metropolitan areas, urban areas. Because there is no real advantage in everybody being in San Francisco, Los Angeles, or Houston, or Austin. There are a lot of advantages being here in other areas. So this was very interesting, that how place-based innovation became not only a conversation, but now this has become a very foundation of building innovation ecosystems in research parks and in these areas, and what are the unique aspects of this place-based innovation you can adopt to really build something from scratch that puts you in the forefront, where you're not constantly trying to replicate or compare with what's out there, but you are proposing a unique set of characteristics or values that you have, which nobody else can replicate. And that became very powerful. And I do a lot of these conversations across the world. And certainly I use Redis Campus as kind of one of the areas. These are the, this was a very large meeting we had, it was in Athens, Greece in November, where close to 40 countries, and all of them came to talk about place-based innovation. And I'm using this 10 kind of critical, the end of the meeting, they published this, Global Federation of Competitive Councils, that these are the 10 key things which pretty much everybody resonated as they were talking. And these are pretty simple things when you look at it. These are, it is how it should be. But when we started kind of talking about our own ecosystems from the lens of these 10 different aspects, it's really started resonating that why you need these things, why you need to provide that process of thinking as you are presenting your ecosystem somewhere else, that what's the reality on the ground. Because this is something, we all talk about what we have, what we don't have, but really if someone comes to you, what's the reality on the ground? Road mapping the future, I think we all do that well, but sometimes it is not connected to the reality of what resources we have or how the global economy is changing. Certainly a few things which really made a strong sound noise in the room was reduce friction and encourage entrepreneurship, because this has been challenging a lot of ecosystems, that there are a lot of internal challenges which prevented them from succeeding. And frankly speaking, last two, the focus on high value-added industries, because that has a lot of economies have faced the challenge of industries coming and going because of changing global environment, and position your regional strengths. And so this is something that's very, very powerful in terms of listening to ecosystems in Malaysia, in Greece, in different parts of Asia, in Europe, even a couple of places in the United States, is how they had initial challenges in terms of building up the critical mass of innovation. But they really changed their strategy in terms of positioning themselves, and that started changing. And we certainly see in Texas the huge influx that's happening in a region on the side of Austin. And I know a lot of companies who certainly with time will start moving in a direction where they have access to the talent pool, but they don't have to deal with a lot of challenges, because Austin has finite amount of resources that large or mid-sized companies will get. So this is something for me, place-based innovation as a whole has become a very central aspect, the lens through which I look at innovation ecosystems nowadays. that do we have a way to respond to all these things? And this is something everybody who in this global meeting came and talked about it, and these were all people who were tactically making decisions. They had to implement, they had to meet metrics that show they're succeeding or failing. This was just not talking about what we will do. And so my lens of looking at innovation has changed a lot as I went through a few of these different ideas. So how do we implement it? This is something, strategies are a great thing. We all have this beautiful tool, PowerPoint, and I think we can just show everything we can do. But at the end of the day, you need to show something that is working and need to do. So these are a few things we have been working on in terms of how do you build an innovation ecosystem. What are the key areas? Deep tech entrepreneurship, and this is a very broad word, but how do you really truly build that culture and mindset across the region and within the academic ecosystem and also outside the academic ecosystem where a lot of innovators reside. Management of innovation. Now that is something depends on the volume and the complexity of intellectual property, but innovation has to be managed. Our future economy will be built on intellectual property. It will be built on copyrights, trade secrets. It will be built on those things. There has to be a collective acknowledgement and understanding of those areas, how you manage your innovation, and then the external partnerships, which is really the larger bucket, just not industry. We are talking sources of capital, we are talking federal funding agencies, industry partners, small, medium, large, and also along with that, every other stakeholder in the economic region who can participate to make things better. And in all these three areas, fortunately, there are a lot of resources, which at system level, we are able to provide and help with our universities. But in my assessment, what we are trying to do is we are trying to at least have some kind of help available in all of these areas to move things forward, because other than that, we really don't have much to move forward with. So this is just an example of how we are moving, from concept to technology transition. These are just some of the programs, but I'll focus on the program we are launching, funding from National Science Foundation. It's available to all NSF, Texas A&M system partners. This is the Innovation Hub program. So this will be something we will come back and talk to you more. But that is one of the programs which is truly connecting early stage academic research with the industry. And that is going to change the way how in future we are going to do customer discovery. Our companies, early stage startups are going to be funded. And that's a great example of deep tech entrepreneurship, which is changing, again, the culture, the mindset, how you think about solving a problem. Going out and talk to someone before you invested that $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 and come back with a decision. And this is becoming a national phenomenon. So we are very glad we're able to support that. But again, going to the top, we really need to have the process of open concept to creation, the technology transfer to the technology transition. Now, the transition is a word which is used heavily in the national security world, but basically that means, it's great to have a patent, great to have a license, but that doesn't mean you have a revenue. You have to have a process to take things to the next level. So this is one of the areas that we are happy to work with you. We are happy to support you as we are going through the process. We have one of the statewide business plan competition happens in May. So any companies which who haven't raised more than $2 million are welcome to participate. It's just anyone within the state of Texas can participate. They have to be a company. They haven't raised more than $2 million. That's the only criteria. So this is one of the ways we have started helping a lot of companies to connect with the investors and with the industry, again, to support the deep tech entrepreneurship space. We have a lot of programs that we try to work with extensively across the state. So we certainly would like to do that. Again, this is to build the innovation ecosystem where we are doing training and education, ecosystem engagement, and deep tech entrepreneurship. Finally, in terms of certain strategies, we'd like to work with you in making the iHub as a part of your research process, how we can work with you in doing that, how we can connect you with mentors, work with your mentors to go and access the $50,000 available to every team, which is certainly very viable. Industry showcases, national security partners, we have been trying to do that quite often, and certainly the key thing is how we can bring in more mentors in the ecosystem. That's certainly what has been our effort. On the technology transfer cycle, in certain way, this is a pretty well-defined way of protecting IP, but this is where the complexity and the cost becomes a barrier in a lot of cases, because this is where the investment is happening for return in 10, 20, 30 years. And this is the biggest challenge we all have. Every academic university has this challenge. And how much you protect, what's the portfolio look like, where does the royalty money come from? But this is something that we all have to work through, because I gave the example of mRNA vaccine. If this would not have been protected in 80s and 90s, today Pfizer and a lot of these companies would not have intellectual property to have this product. And so that tells us the reason why we invest in science to protect intellectual property and move forward. So I will not get into that. I think we are getting into a little bit in 10 minutes left. But this is just one example in terms of why we had to start thinking going beyond academic research. This is an example where this research group had funding. They worked with Boeing with this vertical takeoff and lift aircraft. But the challenge was they did not have any of the skills at the bottom. And that is when effort like an innovation ecosystem can help. How can you help the researchers or innovators or investors or inventors with these kind of things? Writing, validation, venture creation, seed investment. And this is something we are seeing constantly, that moment we come across great innovation, they are lacking these kind of support system around them. So as you're building the research bar, as you're building these support system around them, it will be very critical to start thinking that how we can support with these few things. And again, this does not need to happen at the scales of millions, because one thing I have found in my fundraising experience, raising that first million is the toughest I had. Raising 20, 50 is actually much easier, because then you are showing your execution. But the first million is selling your dream to someone who will trust you. And so what I tell people is how we can support that first 50, 500, or a million to get companies to a point where they can showcase their innovation to someone to get funded. So again, in terms of implementing the innovation ecosystem, and there are a few case studies here in this presentation which can be circulated. These are the kind of supports: so market analysis, funding, IP strategy, manufacturing, and having introductions to funding agencies. These are the key things which is going to grow your innovation ecosystem as you start doing that. Challenges, everything looks good if it follows the linear path of innovation. Doesn't happen. So we have to always think about the sustainability challenge, how we deal with these things, and expanding the ecosystem, harmonizing an innovation process so that everybody has the same kind of information and playbook to work on. Technology debt valley, the most common thing we think, but that's really a problem. How we support this, and then scaling. Scaling is not easy. There are a lot of companies who do things at 1, 10, or 15, but once they need 50 or 100 prototypes, they cannot scale for various reasons. So we have to start thinking in terms of, even if we have a great process of getting innovators out of the labs or out of the garage to come and talk to us, do we have a way to scale their businesses with the right funding, with the right resources, and the right way to grow? And I think with that, that's one last slide. So we are ready. We are happy to work with you. You are ready. It's just amazing to see the vision of having a new research park, having a new innovation ecosystem growing. Any way we can work together, we can work with you to grow this ecosystem and industry, keep building the innovation hub. And third one, most importantly, is do more training programs, education programs to build a workforce and a group of innovators who can contribute for the next 30, 40, 50 years to this innovation ecosystem. So with that, thank you so much. It's been really, truly a pleasure and honor to talk to you. Wish you all a wonderful day. Thank you.
I call Dr. Leo up here for a minute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We just wanted to present you with a thank you gift for being our keynote. This is from all of A&M and the committee. We greatly appreciate everything you've done
Thank you so much.
and our partnership.
I would ask for our other two panel members to come up. We would like to invite Dr. Sharmila Pathakonda and Todd Bucks. I'll give them just a minute to come up. Hopefully you're thinking of your questions. And you will, as Dr. Biswas kind of described, you will see in a lot of industries, and I will tell you that DoD specifically has a real challenge in what they call the valley of death, and that's where all these great ideas entrepreneurs come up with, or researchers come up with, and then how do you get it across that valley of death when it becomes a viable opportunity for folks. So we have three panelists for us today. Of course, we just heard from Dr. Sharad Biswas, who is the Executive Director of Commercialization at Texas A&M University. We have Dr. Shamila Pathakani, who's the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Research and Director of Research and Development. And then we have Colonel Retired Todd Brooks, who's Assistant Vice Chancellor at Baylor University. So we appreciate y'all being here today. Glad to have you here. For the folks in the audience, after the panel makes a brief presentation, each one, you have chances to ask questions. There's a microphone in the center of the room right there. If you would step up to that microphone and use it, and the reason is we have an online audience as well, and that way they can hear what your question is. And then the panelists also have microphones up here, so they'll be able to hear those. If you're an online member, we will ask you in a minute if you have any questions for the panelists, we will move forward. So, I'll start with you since you said one more.
Okay. Just give you a quick overview. Okay. We have a slide.
You have to go through a couple of the other ones. If you go down a lot.
Well, I may have screwed that up. Dr. Biswas, before we get started with you.
Yeah, what's up with me?
So you must stop the meeting. Okay, so I think this is a little bit going deeper into our organization, Texas A&M Engineering and Engineering Experimentation. So what is really our core strength and what do we do? So what you can see here is on the right side, these are the 6 broader areas, considering that there are 15 academic departments, 27 research centers. There's a very large portfolio of work that happens from aerospace all the way to subsea, every technical area you can think of. So we have created 6 verticals in terms of energy, national security, information systems, infrastructure, materials, and healthcare. And these are cross-cutting areas. So you're really not talking, when I'm saying healthcare, we're talking one single area. We are saying materials, we're talking software, hardware, different areas. So certainly our focus is, again, on deep tech technical innovations. We are not doing our incremental research because we all know we are funded by NSF, NIH, DoD, DARPA. So these are the agencies, they don't fund incremental research. They're funding something where you're solving a truly long-term problem. So our portfolio is mostly deep tech, which have long road to market, but that requires a lot of support from the external industry to move them forward. We work very closely with the industry, try to understand their needs because of this very strong focus on addressing the market in terms of what the industry is needing. So we have advisory boards who are constantly giving us feedback in where our research should go. And finally, the last one is we are very focused on education in terms of entrepreneurship and trying to work with inventors to really bring the culture and the mindset. And this is something which is more very commonly spoken, thing, but we see that's the biggest barrier sometimes to bring people be part of the commercialization process. I showed this, I've not spent more time, but again, our focus is still the same. Concept to technology transition, we try to fill up all the gaps in between working across the campus, is how we can support our innovators and partners. And I'm just not talking Texas A&M campus, I'm talking national labs, other system entities, whoever comes and work with us, we work with all of them in advancing this process of innovation. And what you can see on the right side is the engagement across the Texas happens multiple different ways. So RDT&E, again, it's been national security, about acronyms of research, development, testing, and evaluation. These are all 4 areas when you think of Bush Combat Development Complex and assets like that, when we can do bringing things from the concept to testing and evaluation and commissioning, and then you have certainly other kind of support that will bring industry consortiums, other thing which I will stress upon, where we are going after some truly big problems with multiple industry partners to go after large federal funding. So those are examples where we are very passionate about. We want to work with every stakeholder. These things are not possible with one single university or one single department. These are trans sectors, multiple different stakeholders in place, and we do that. And certainly incubation is one of the key focus of that.
So these are the 4 things we have for tech entrepreneurs from your community who are looking for a technology. We welcome you. Please come and talk to us if you want to build a company. We're happy to license your technology to start your company. Early stage companies who want and looking for the scientific or technical help, where our faculty can work with you, like SBIR and STTRs, and go after federal funding. We are happy to work with you. If you're a faculty at Texas A&M Central Texas, you can collaborate with faculty in other campuses. You can go after federal funding, which as a small company might not have the resources or the technical depth to do that. Established companies, certainly that is where a lot of research partnerships happen. And finally, the end is, we are always looking for mentors. So anybody who wants to, be part of this process, we always welcome.
Okay, I don't have any slides today, but I'm here to support this endeavor, and thank you, Dr. Porter, for inviting me and having me here. This is my first trip, and it's so amazing to see the positive energy and the drive to working towards the commercialization and innovation aspect, and not just research. So, as an academic setting, when we look at the community, the first thing comes to our mind is research, means publications, training students, and that's about it. But I think it's about time that we also incorporate commercialization and innovation from the get-go and understand why we are doing, and the what and how will come together really easily. So, and from the system, I'm here to support you all and provide the services that you all need, and connect those dots between members within and across the system, and to get your initiatives going. So I'll be here to answer any questions and give an overview of what we can do for you all. Thank you.
Guess it's me now.
I'm sorry.
No, there we go. Okay, good. Well, it's stated, I'm Todd Brooks, again, served in the Army, so I'm very passionate about what you all are doing here, and my hat's off to Central Texas, A&M, the community, Fort Hood. I'm a soldier at heart, started here at Fort Hood in 1985 after graduating from West Point, and ended here and retired here in 2013. So, and somewhere between 3 tours, 4 tours, and deployed every time we came here. My wife's from Killeen, graduated from Killeen in 1978. So we've got a passion for Fort Hood and the community, and it just really warms my heart to see what's happened here and in the future that A&M, Central Texas University has here with the community, and that's so important. You kind of see that here as I talk briefly about what we've done up at Baylor University. I actually started when I retired at the University of Texas Arlington Research University, and called UTARI. It was a subunit of UTA itself, but strictly a research entity. I was asked to come up there and start a business development, and I just retired from the Army, and I'm an armor guy. And I told my boss, I can't even spell this, let alone do it. He said, we'll figure it out together. So I started with no background in this and just cut my teeth up there. And then I had the opportunity one day to go to Baylor and become the assistant vice provost for research with the focus on tech commercialization and external engagement with industry, DoD, and such. So again, when it comes to this business, it's hard. And I'm just going to speak frankly from where I started and where we started at Baylor University, because I can tell you right now in 2016, we started with a blank sheet of paper. We did not know how to do tech commercialization. We knew how to invent things. We knew how to patent things. And every one of those patents were absolutely worthless. They weren't worth the paper they were printed on, because they didn't take into account the market. That's the problem. And that's where it all starts, and understanding that is the key to everything is, you got to write a good patent to be defensible, but you got to write a patent with the claims that are going to be driven and pulled by the market. And that's the key to success of this whole thing. So the fact is, And again, I appreciate those universities that have been doing this for a while. I mean, the big universities, A&M, there's a great one, UT system. You know, you've got the Stanfords, the MITs. Again, they're out there and they do well. But most universities do not do this well, and they don't understand it. And until you do, you're not going to do well. So the fact of the matter is, again, with the exceptions, on average, most innovations and inventions at a university never see or 95% don't see the light of day. They never serve their intended purpose in society because it's that hard. Those valleys of death that you hear about, getting that market pull, creating a successful startup, being a successful startup, actually having growth in that, revenue positive. I mean, it is hard business. And quite frankly, we have faculty that can do that, and they're all over the nation. But quite frankly, they're the exception and not the norm. Most times you do not want faculty trying to do a startup. It is not their core mission. It is not what they do well. You want them inventing, you want them innovating, you want them part of the process, but you do not want them in your startup company. Again, there's exceptions and really good exceptions. But for the norm, for most of us, you don't want to do that. So that's kind of my start. Now, the other point I'll make on this slide, it's all about a collaborative, and our other speakers have said that. If you think a university is going to do this by itself, I'm just telling you, you're going to go through some hard knocks because it's not possible. It takes venture capitalists, it takes technology developers, it takes all sorts of different strengths and characteristics to get something to market and to be successful. So I cannot overemphasize that enough. That's why you see on this front slide here, 3 partners, Baylor University, Brazos Innovation Partners, and actually Dr. Matt Brantley, who stood that company up, is in our audience today. You worth your time speaking to him. He was on my team. I grabbed him as a PhD graduate, and he just had those characteristics of understanding deep tech, but also understanding the market. And now he has stood up just at the beginning of the year here, Brazos Innovation Partners, because again, if you know Colleen, if you know Waco, it's a tech desert. Okay, you gotta build an ecosystem for this, because without the ecosystem, those startups will not survive. And that's what his company does now. But again, did we do that right away? No, we spent 4 years trying to figure this out, that you can't do this without some type of ecosystem built to support these startups. And then Waco Ventures, again, built around this disciplined process I'll show you here in a minute of how to basically bring in, aggregate investment capital for the purpose. A lot of times these investors don't care about the technology. They could care less about the technology. It's what's this investment ROI going to be? Okay, and so what they're buying into is a due diligence process. So when it comes out in the back end ready for investment, they know, one, there's a pipeline of that, and they know that due diligence process is what's going to make sure that thing is successful, that technology, that startup's going to be successful in the marketplace. So those, again, are lessons learned that we've learned over, the last 4 or 5 years as we've stood this up at Baylor University. Okay, so the only thing I'll say here, there's a lot I could talk on this slide. I use this slide. I've been using this slide for 4 years now. After I briefed the president of Baylor University on this, her challenge came out when she came to the university was, hey, we've got to do something. We're not a research university. We weren't R1 at that time. And we built our academic initiatives. And she said, we've got to figure out different ways to bring in, innovative ways to bring in research funding. If we're going to be an R1 university, highest research activity university, we can't just depend on grant funding. Not going to happen, going to take 10 years, whatever. So we looked at it and said, okay, how can we help? And this is how we help. We build a system, and I can't overemphasize this enough either. You're going to see thousands of models out there of how to do this, whether it be A&M or UT or Stanford or, Podunk U, you're gonna see hundreds and thousands of different models to do this. What my point here on this slide is, pick a system, pick a model that defines what you're trying to achieve as a university. What we were trying to achieve initially is R1. How do we get to R1 the fastest? I mean, we're a private university. We're not a public university. We have got a lot of challenges or a lot of things that we can't do that the public can do. And we got a lot of things we can do as a private that publics can't do. So you got to look at what is given to you and then what do you want to achieve? So for us, what we wanted to do is find a way to get to R1 fastest. And we actually achieved R1 status 3 years earlier than what we were destined to. And a lot of it was because of last market. The other thing, value streams. You want to make sure you got value streams coming in. If you're depending on those to be successful, you're flawed. You gotta, because I'm telling you, you don't control it, the market controls it. But it is something that you want to be able to bring back in to, again, fund more research infrastructure, provide the, whatever your IP policy is for flow through, it's critical. And the only way to do it though is to ensure you got good technology, good startups, because that's what's gonna lead to those revenue streams coming back in. And again, I can talk all day on this stuff, so I'm trying to be brief, but alignment. A lot of people, again, a lot of universities say, hey, we don't want to mess with this, let's go stand up a 501c3 outside and let them mess with all this stuff. Okay, not what Baylor chose. It was important to us to align these translational activities all over the university. So our business school, we've got Bradley Norris here today, who's the director of tech entrepreneurship in our business school. Hank from our business school, like number 5 in the United States, heavily involved in the whole tech entrepreneurship piece of this lab to market system. Our engineering school, our law school. So we wanted to do something inside the university that cut across the university. So get everybody involved in tech commercialization. Interns, experiential learning, very, very important to the university, very important to students. We have hundreds of students involved in this tech commercialization process across these different entities. Business startups, again, Waco was not known for this. How do you attract these startups? Well, you got to start your own startup to attract startups. Again, it's the momentum, it's the synergy that creates that ecosystem, and so on and so on. So it's just, I can't overemphasize, it's important right up front to find what you're trying to achieve from commercialization, and then build your business model, your tech commercialization process to achieve those objectives. I'm not going to go through this. Looks easy. That's 4 years of work to get to this point of a refined due diligence process and it's all about how do you increase the value of the technology through de-risking all the way through the process. This is what investors buy into right here. It's not easy, but this is what they buy into. They know it, they understand it, because what you're looking for at the end is not high volume, low quality. You're looking for high quality, low volume. That's what the most successful universities have done when it comes to tech commercialization and startups and licensing. Is you gotta go through this due diligence process. Last thing, just everybody measures your own output. I mean, I deal with this all the day. It's the politics of a university. Okay, well, we're investing this, so what are you getting? Okay, well, 4.1 million, again, these numbers, just giving you a framework. The time frame is January 2020, when we started our first startup, 6 feet taller, to June of 2022. The university had invested 4.1 million into this. That's in my office, OBTR for manpower, OGC for patenting, and then our business school for tech entrepreneurship. But look at the output. Look what came out of that. $36 million in capital raised in that time period. We've got another 25 million in a raise right now because, again, they believe in the system, they believe in the pipeline. 15 million in sponsored research in 2.5 years. Okay, that's what allowed us, that's 11.2% of what the university brought and did external funding over that same time period. And then EDA, I really encourage you all to do an EDA grant. It's all about building an ecosystem, and they'll give you money to do that, 1.5 million. We're going in for our next one now, but that's what builds these systems. We got 5 startups, we've got another one in negotiation right now. One of those startups, Shared Innovation, is actually out in your hall foyer here, and Dr. Brian Gardner, I know is in this audience somewhere, was the inventor there. And if you want to know how hard it is for a faculty member to start up a startup, ask Brian Gardner, he'll tell you. Okay, he's got scars. Okay, but they're flourishing now, and again, to tell you why it's important. And I know I need to be quiet here, and I think that's it right there. But again, I think it's important. I'd love to talk to others about this, but again, there's a lot of systems out there, a lot of models, but you got to choose the one that's tailored for what you're trying to achieve.
Thank you, panelists, for your comments. We had asked the panelists to structure their comments on how to create synergy for the commercialization of research. And you heard them kind of describe some of the challenges. So we're going to open this up for questions and ask you to think about those and look at them. Is there anybody who has a question to start off?
I'm going to volunteer first.
Mr. John D.
I know there may be retaliation from my colleagues.
Yeah, there is a microphone in the center. We ask you to use so the online audience can hear.
I felt good enough about standing up, but. Truth in Lending, I started this journey 3 years ago in the research park on this side as a customer. All right. Now I'm down at the Rellis campus as part of this ecosystem on EdIT. So it is great to see this. And Todd, I'm glad to know you're a tanker. I was military intelligence and here at Fort Hood a lot, so I'll use simple words. I know.
Thank you. This is the challenge they have at Baylor. They can't talk to me, so I need to translate. What's going on?
Exactly. So it's really good. So, you talked a lot about collaboration and innovations of team sport. And they find one of the things after being in and with the Army for 40 years and now being in an academic environment, it's breaking those stainless steel cylinders of excellence that run like this to start thinking horizontally. To get to, context is an extra 80 IQ points. And so I like your lab to market these. One of the things that we've been trying to emphasize as I stand up the innovation proving ground down at Rellis is really the lab to live. How do we start to get great research, but now how do I show it in the context of how it's going to be used? In networks that aren't so perfect, in representative kinds of environments. And then how do we share those environments and opportunities with other partners, whether they're maroon wearing, main campus, or they happen to wear, I guess, green and gold at Baylor. How do we share these ecosystems so we can go quicker from a good idea, research, a solution, proven out, and either off the market or a national security application? That was a really long preamble.
Is that for me?
It's for all of them.
Okay.
But I'll start with you because you're a tanker and I picked it.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, first of all, sharing is extremely important to us. I mean, obviously, I was invited here because we did start to share. A group of folks from here came down to Baylor University. We are an open book, and I want to be, because I know how hard this is, and that's why I want to be an open book, and Baylor wants to be an open book, because again, at the end of the day, this is bigger than one university. This is bigger than any of us. This is about societal impact. It's about beating pure competitors in the economic side, and we have to share. So again, you'll find Baylor a very open book on this. We'll share all day long. We'll learn from you just as much as you learn from us. But I think it's critically important for the whole central region, no matter how far or wide you define that, to share ideas. Because again, at the end of the day, you got to pick the best idea that's meant for your university. But again, we're one big ecosystem when you look at the state of Texas and then nationally we are. So I love that comment. I think what we learned, the hard point again is getting that invention, that idea, that, you know, innovation. Okay, how do you turn that into something that is gonna go to the market? What we found over time is it's the whole technology development phase, which starts with, you got an invention, you bring it in. Before, like I said, when we would patent it, we'd take an invention disclosure and we'd patent it right off of that. I couldn't be so far from what's right to do here. So what we learned over time is you gotta take it, we do an assessment to even see if it's viable for the market. That's what Bradley's team does. I mean, they look at the market, they look at, you know, the industry, they look at, is this thing even gonna be used? Is it a need? Is it a requirement out there? Then the big decision we make as a technology transfer office is, do we move it to product ideation? That's the key right there. That's when you take some idea, some innovation, some intellectual property, and you start to look at, okay, product concepts, application, use, market, all that kind of stuff. Because before you get done with that piece of it, what we call product ideation, you can't go to patent. Because at the end of the day, it's the claims is what, you know, of those IP claims, those patent claims is what investors are buying into. I know Matt had some number one day about the S&P that whatever percentage, what is that number? On the S&P.
Like the 85% of the value of the S&P is intangible?
Yeah, it's IP. I mean, think about that. IP, okay, so that's what investors are buying into, but that IP has to be formed into claims that are valuable. You know, again, it's increasing the value of that technology. So what I would say is a key thing that we've learned, that we've added to our process, is that product ideation, where you understand the customer. And I'll try to keep this really short, but I live in examples, because that's how I talk about facts. Surgical drain. We had an oncologist out of Arkansas teamed up with us. He's been doing breast cancer patients for over 30 years. 50% of surgical drains fail because of, you know, the makeup of the body and all kinds of things that have changed over time. It's a real problem. He says, I've got ideas, but I don't know how to solve it. So we spent 2 months on product ideation, going out to eat. You know, our industrial designer went and lived in the surgery room, understood what was going on. He lived with the patients, got feedback from the patients, understanding the customer, you know, from the person, you know, the patient, to the doctor, to the hospital system, to the medical system, all in the manufacturing of that type of stuff. And then started to come up with product concepts and understanding the market. So you got to do all that due diligence in there to take something that is an idea, an invention, an innovation, and turn it into something that is going to be viable in the marketplace. And so that's just a short example of one of the processes we added to our tech commercialization system, because without it, you're flying in the dark.
So let me take a little different take on that. I'm more of a research development person, and I'm more of the academic person who's thinking only about research and publications and training. But like when you come to innovation and commercialization, it's kind of counterintuitive to collaborate. The whole idea about commercialization, innovation is you're the first one to go there and claim your stakes at something, right? How do you make people with such a mindset to break out of that and actually collaborate? It's very easy to collaborate with research, but it's very hard to make people come together for IP innovation and such. But I think, the context of the cleaning chamber person, it's all the parts that comes together to make a product. What we see out there is mostly the final product, but we forget what are the little pieces that go into making that bigger product. Every time we not necessarily have to be that bigger product, we can be those little pieces and be part of this bigger story. That's how we sell the collaboration for innovation, right? And every time you see like a commercial product, you don't have to be fancy. You don't have to be that fancy aeronautics engine or you don't have to be that breast cancer, some technology, right? It can be simple as anti-mold innovation. Like there was this recent success story from West Texas A&M University where they're working on some like paint ingredients. They were engineering paint to like for certain substrate for like rock climbing surfaces to make it like anti-microbial because it's a public area. And then they were working on this, and then came the COVID, and that's where they found, wow, now we are like in perfect area to do this, and that's where collaborations come in from different agencies, so they know why they were doing and how the players came together really well. So I say don't get intimidated. First step for collaboration is break down those silos of this is mine, this is yours, and that first step itself will bring players together. So that's how I come to the partners as a system, when we are bringing partners together. Everyone has their culture, everyone has their stakes, but how do you make them talk together? This is how you say, this is the bigger picture, and here's the piece, and all the puzzle pieces are equally important to complete the puzzle. So that's my take on that, and I'm not the innovation expert, but I'm definitely understanding all this arena here.
So I will not repeat, I agree with this assessment. So in terms of the big picture, looking at, what do you do when there's an invention? One of the key things in academia, we deal with mostly early stage TRLs. When we are talking TRL 1 or maximum, we stop at TRL 2. Software, you can go high because you have a different kind of a path to market. So to come to the question, John, is when you're talking ideas which require a significant investment, which means the testing, evaluation, all those things comes. Those are perfectly suited for early stage partnership with the potential customer as early as possible, compared to a medical device or autonomy startup where you can go quickly raise funding and go in one direction. Of course, with all the things, customer discovery all has to happen. But to just give a perspective that, when we look at something coming up, one of the key decisions is what's the path to market. And so if I'm talking here of designing a virtual reality that could be used by US Army, the number of steps it has to go through from testing, evaluation, commissioning, usage, commercialization partner, all those things, it has a very different pathway than a medical device that requires some preclinical study, then go to FDA for doing that. Now, each of them might require still $100 million to do that, but they have different speed to market and different kind of partnerships required. So there's a legal framework that we all have to follow, the General Counsel's office and all are involved, of NDAs and all those things, which sometimes are painful. Getting with NDAs between multiple parties done. But outside that, my approach has been always is, what's the path to market? And what are the key ingredients and the people you need in that process to bring to the table? Now, there are a lot of inventors who are open to that, and a lot of inventors who are kind of feel, and I don't think you need to bring X, Y, and Z. And so in my view, the human side of it is equally important, actually more important than the technical piece. And I've seen now over 150 plus startups in my career, academic side, 80% have failed. And part of the reason is the people aspect of that. Technology can fail, but good team can come up with a better idea. And so it really comes down to that mindset of people that you need to tell them that, hey, you need this. If they're resistant to that, you have to quickly make a decision. So that's a big picture.
Dr. Porter, any good question?
Yes, Russ Porter from A&M Central Texas, making sure it's on. It's not. Yes. I'll use my big voice. So Russ Porter from A&M Central Texas, and I'm gonna pull the onion back a little bit. We do have 2 projects that we're working on with the system in terms of trying to do commercialization. And we appreciate Dr. Biswas again coming and doing the keynote, and your entire office in what you do to help us as a smaller university to go through that process. There's another individual at Texas A&M University that's also helping us. So a small company coming to Russ says, I'll pick on Dr. Loafman, one of our faculty here. he made something that made LexisNexis. So it's just like old school.
And he has this perfect invention. So what is the actual steps if somebody comes to A&M Central Texas, where we have absolutely no commercialization office, we have no SBI, we don't even have the right acronyms. So we come to you. What is the best actual process helping them go to you or coming to us and that conduit? Because let's be totally transparent, we haven't even created that process yet. So we're at the very beginning of creating this. This is part of the research part that we're creating, the planning. And I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot. We've had this dialogue before, and Mr. Ankur Duvall over in College Station is kind of doing the same thing, and I know you know him. So could you lead us actually through a process? A small company doesn't even have the 2 million. They've got 10,000 to play with, which would be nice. And they have this, new mousetrap. What do we do?
Ms. Wells, before you say that, I'm gonna restate the question for the audience online. So I think I got the gist of it. Let me just say it in my terms. You're asking for a small company who has an idea they'd like to research and develop. What are the steps the university needs to take to help them approach that?
Perfect.
So, the process is, quite, simple in terms of, how that idea is coming to you, number one. The idea is coming from faculty, and what we always tell is start with an invention disclosure. And that's one thing, for faculties, they should not worry about,
That's one of the new ideas that's coming to you. So.
Could be. So for the faculty to mind, if you have an idea, A&M system has an invention disclosure form. And you should go ahead and fill it up, because you should not worry about the depth of an idea, what's the market. Because what we have taken a strategy is to do a provisional patent on most of the things, because there is no way one can make a decision in terms of what's the quality of the invention just by looking at it. It is humanly possible, unless until we all have our expertise in terms of what we do. But if a Google search brings up the same paper, we say we would not patent it, but you get protected then. So that is the first step we tell everyone. And now a provisional patent gets filed, you have an idea protected. A small company who wants to now pursue that idea and want to move forward with phase 1 SBIR. And by the way, Russ, most companies don't have 2 million or even 10K. And they have, even if they have, they will tell we have nothing. So frankly speaking, baseline is they will just show all the excitement in the world to work with you and expect the university to do everything for them. And so as an entrepreneur comes to you, faculty and entrepreneur, they like each other and they go, I will take this idea and move it to market. So at that point of time, the first piece of education we try to give the entrepreneur is new, which means like them to educate them. Actually, we like new entrepreneurs if they have the drive and risk-taking behavior, is what does that licensing process look like? Now, one of the things which we have been increasingly doing is, as I mentioned, the NSF ICO process, which is truly a $50,000 to the faculty to go and do the customer discovery to make that decision even should I do the startup or not. So that is one route. It doesn't fit all faculty, they don't fit that role, but that's one route. The second route is that the company is open to it. They can write a phase 1 SBIR to any agency in the world. They don't require at that point a license to the technology. They truly require that collaborative partnership with the faculty. To me, that's a pretty strong litmus test if they are going to, they're going all the way to have that, at least that effort to move forward with that. So we are not, so in my office, we are not really asking someone, I want it, unless they say I have to go and raise money. I need an exclusive worldwide license for due diligence. We tell them submit a phase 1. See that even, if you talk to a few people and see, you can really do something. Is this a technology or a product? You cannot build a company on technology. You need a product to build a company. So in terms of a algorithm, like what a faculty follows, if you have an invention, file an invention disclosure. We will in most cases file a provisional patent unless there is a real, true patentable issues or there is a prior public disclosure. An external person come in, there has to be some way to educate that person about the process, and that could be done by us or somebody here that, hey, this is the process to engage with the A&M system. This is how you can license it, and then we help them to write an SBIR. So it's a pretty simple process. Only challenge is if say Friday 5 p.m. call that next Thursday is a submission date, we need to file, we are going to conference and somebody needs it. That is what gives the bigger taste, because people come back and say, nobody, came and supported. So the process is there. I think it's just a question of bringing each case. And a lot of us volunteer depending on calls which come to us, and then we find the right people to take them. So please, for faculty, it should be always, they should be inventive. They should not worry about the bureaucratic process or complexity of NDA. We will figure all those things out. But they should be, focusing on bringing these external partners if they go to a meeting, conference. That's what I tell faculty. They are our biggest marketing people. Sometimes they say, I cannot talk business. I said, no, the deep tech business is driven by science. You need to be able to attract people. So for them, if they are bringing the partners, we will help them figure out a transaction process.
Thank you.
I can come
Let me add to that, because since it's an A&M question and a system level question, and I don't know how many of you have worked in the commercialization or even have an invention disclosure, but if you're very new to the arena, if you're a fresh faculty who hasn't even thought of these types of activities as part of your portfolio, I say there are some best practices and some educational or rudimentary steps that you need to take. He mentioned about the conferences and reaching out to the IP folks before that, right? That's very critical. Once you put your information on those slides and present at a conference, it's out there. It's not yours anymore. So it's public knowledge and you cannot claim that invention disclosure. So be very careful, do some of those basic homework or some best practice type of steps before you even go and talk to your colleague or someone else. So that's where you start with your step one, and then reach out to your IP, reach out to Dr. Porter, and then he can connect you with Ankur Dayal, who works with the regional campuses for IP and other commercialization related things, right? And then as needed, it can bubble up to the system level or the other agency level and so forth. They all work together behind the scenes and they can talk to each other and provide you the best step forward. So as a faculty, don't take that first step and start sharing your exciting results before sharing it with Dr. Porter, so he can channel you to the right way, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
We talked about the steps y'all used earlier. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, the only thing I'll add to this is, again, most universities suffer from this. And again, it's always that balance between, faculty, researchers, they need to publish, they need to disclose, they need to get the idea out there. That's how they get grant funding. So it's a dynamic we all understand. So you have to find a balance of how do you help them, protect before they disclose. So one thing that we've learned, and now we're actually building the team now, is what's called senior innovation managers that, work under, me, but what they're doing is they're basically in the different sciences areas, life science, engineering science, physical science, creative science, so that they're out there in the labs with the faculty. They're a hybrid mix of people. They're people that are deep in tech, they've been there, done that, but they've also been in industry. Whether they've gone with their own startup or they've been in industry, so they know both sides. Because now they're working with these faculty in their labs and helping them understand what do they really have and to encourage them to disclose at a certain point before they go publish or disclose, because the other panelists are right. Once you disclose, you lost all international rights the day you disclose, and you have a year in the U.S. to file a patent, but that's assuming that somebody didn't take a picture of your poster and slap a provisional patent on it and file it because it's first to file. So there are issues with disclosures, but we found our path is to have those innovation managers down there in the labs with the faculty that they can trust in getting these ideas pulled out of the lab before they're disclosed.
Are there other questions from the audience?
Okay.
Oh, there's one behind you, we have two.
So I've heard a lot on the topic of workflow and the commercialization process and topics of which innovation would happen around. but would you comment your thoughts on the key enablers for the ecosystem to flourish? Key enablers or technologies, I should say, for facilitating a lot of what the ecosystem would enable. What might that full stack ecosystem support look like? And I think more the soft side of that ecosystem flourishing. I think your panelist in the middle, I forget your name, so I do apologize. But to me, there is an inverse relationship between collaboration and competition. Competition, by definition, almost suggests a zero-sum game because either I win, I'm competing, or I lose. So how do you foster innovation, commercialization, and all the things that we dream of against the backdrop of a changing world with, I guess, the next two technologies of tomorrow would be an AI and quantum computer. But if I'm going to innovate and compete, then I want to close that up and I don't collaborate. So what are your thoughts on that?
So in terms of, there are two levels to that. We typically are not, again, I think academic example. We are not intervening in the research process. So typically, just take a scenario: you got a funding from NSF. You have potentially co-PIs with you. You came up with an idea with that. So you reach a point at which you feel there is an invention. So there is that process is going on. There is no. So we are not talking corporate R&D, which is heavily driven by the business vision. Like we are going to get to AI. This is what the R&D has to do. The academic R&D is very different. So these are almost like every faculty, in a certain sense, are running the individual labs, like the small companies. They're getting the funding, they're doing the work, and that process is typically driven by the intellectual aspect of solving a problem. So when it really coming to the question of commercialization, they have reached a point where they are starting to see some outcomes which are potentially better or equally good as the existing ways of doing it. So from a competition standpoint, and they have already a group which is solving a problem. They know the competition because they're writing a proposal stating what's out there. So now when we are talking collaboration, that collaboration is not happening at the same R&D scale. It is happening at different kind of. For example, you might require AWS. It's a great chat. Everybody knows about ChatGPT now because that's a big thing. But ChatGPT, Microsoft is investing in them because they use Microsoft Cloud. So that kind of collaboration is an example when commercialization really supports that, because you need a strategic partner who can bring value to the table that can leapfrog you to a point to have much higher performance and productivity that you cannot do. You cannot build an AWS or a Azure or a Microsoft Cloud in your lab. So when I'm talking collaboration, I'm talking collaborations which are strategic, which are going to provide that startup resources, could be financial or non-financial, to move forward with the commercialization process. So I want to clarify that. So I'm not asking that AI inventor go and talk to another AI inventor, because chances are they're not going to do that. Because that's not how, but I'm an inventor. I'm not going to talk, I talk to inventors, but I'm not asking the same idea, because I have spent my time. But I am partnering with clinicians who are doing this surgery, who are dealing with it, because they can provide me insights which are going to solve. So collaboration has to happen. You cannot succeed as a startup company without collaboration, but that collaboration is more strategic rather than going to someone and asking, hey, what did you do? The chances are these are very competitive people. We're talking faculty who are driven like that. So from in stacks, as a full stack, that's your process. I'm not just completing your research, but you've reached an outcome. You protect your IP. You start looking for strategic partners. One of them is investor, but one of them is partner who could be somebody who brings to the table what you don't have, a novel material or material with human data which you don't have. And that is the kind of collaboration you need to think of to grow your IP.
I think, when you think of collaborations, it's not 1 + 1 = 2, right? The idea is to work as 1 + 1 = 11. So that's the new math for success, and we all need to start thinking in that mindset for every step in the process of academics or industry or anything. So whatever we do, the impact is not local anymore. Given the interdisciplinary nature and the connectivity that we have across the globe, the impact is of national interest, global interest. So whatever we do, why we do, and how it's connected to the bigger picture. If you see that connection, all these questions and challenges about collaboration will just go away. So we have a bigger vision and bigger impact that we are part of. So work with that kind of frame.
I have a little bit different twist. But what we're all saying is the same thing. It's just how we've applied it. When we built Lab to Market, philosophically, we spent a year at the table figuring out philosophically how will a university work with a technology developer, work with a venture capital firm. And if you think those are easy discussions, I'll bring it out, but that's what it takes. And it takes a win-win-win. Everybody has to win, because to make anything sustainable, everybody has to win. In this case, Baylor had to win. Technology developer had to win. Venture capitalists had to win. So we built a process, and now our agreements, they're all templated agreements where we as a university, because we're private, we actually assign technology over to that startup. They have full ownership of that IP. But in return, what Baylor gets is R1, so investors come into the startup, they pump a lot of money in there, not only for the startup, but for R&D. Because of our agreements, they bring that R1 funding back into university as academic R&D. So that funds the faculty, researcher, funds the lab, funds students to continue to develop that technology out. And, oh, by the way, we share in the revenue at the end, when this thing, becomes profitable or exits. That's what we get out of it. And then all those other value streams that we talked about. So anytime you build these things, we do the same thing with industry. We got L3Harris sitting right outside the campus, and we do this all the time. If they want the technology, they get it. You want an exclusive license? Do you want us to assign it to you? What do you want? Because it again goes back to my first statement, 95% of innovations and inventions never leave the walls of the university. That's why, because everybody gets stuck on the IP. You can't get stuck on the IP. If you want societal impact, everybody's got to get comfortable with that, and you got to get it in the hands of industry. You got to get it in the hands of those investors, those startups, the market, because it's the only way anybody wins. So that's kind of our philosophy, and it's worked for us. And we've got the output, and we're continuing. No one's suffering in this deal. Everybody's winning. But that's why we've got big family offices, investors that have come back 3, 4, 5 times now, because they're getting what they want, but they also know the university's getting what they need in order, and everybody it's laying all that out up front. What does it take for everybody to win?
Excellent question. We have time for one more question.
I got the.
Well, it's from the outside. It's from the outside of the room.
Is it going?
Hey, good morning. My name is Fabio Lopez. I'm the president for Tritium. Thank you very much for your comments this morning. The question is y'all talked about your experience in research and what you do based on your current locations and your past experience. What currently is occurring here in the Forge is going to be different. Clearly there's not a research park that's next to the biggest military installation in the world, right? With a lot of soldiers and a lot of output, and it's tech center. So what do we need to do differently here, right, to take care of collaboration, but likewise also account for the national security concerns, which are, we talk about competition internally, but the reality is there's a greater competition. So what would y'all recommend we need to do differently here as we move forward? Thank
you. I can speak from my experience at Baylor, because again, even though I'm from the DoD world, lived in it for 30 years, getting a university to live in that world is a different ballgame. So but the good thing about it, we've got leadership that wants to work with the DoD. Again, it gets back to impact. How can we serve? How can we help our DoD advance technology for the needs of the military? But so there's some minimum things you have to put in place, and we work a lot with Futures, and several may know Abdul Savani, the CASA for Austin region. There's some minimum things you have to do. One, but they've recommended for us is you gotta have a board, you gotta have an advisory board of DoD people. People that have the network, okay, and understand DoD, have the pull, have the influence to be able to start talking about what's important to the military and how can we work together to produce, things for the military. You gotta have certain security requirements in place, I mean, which we are not there as a university from an infrastructure point of view to security clearances and all that type of stuff. So all that's gotta be put in place. There's gotta be certain, so there's just, and again, every university, and I know A&M is very good at this, because they've done it for years, but you just have to hit a minimum bar in terms of if you're gonna bring in DoD, they got to understand that you hit that minimum bar of requirements to work with the DoD. And a lot of it deals, again, with facilities and security and having the right people represented, whether it be on a board or whatever. I would say the other thing that DoD looks at, and I know this really well, is dual use technology. A lot of people miss that. They don't want you to, the last thing they want is somebody coming to a university and saying, I need money. They will turn you away, because that's not what they do. That's why you have to bring investors in. You gotta build towards a commercial market. And then DoD will have their own applications, because most of these things we all deal with are platform technologies. There's applications for the commercial sector, there's applications for the DoD sector. But they want to see dual use technology in most cases. There's exceptions, when we get into really classified stuff, but they want to see it because they want to drive down the per unit cost that the military is going to pay for that product. And the only way to do that is have a dual use technology that can be used in the commercial, has applications in the commercial sector also. So just a couple of things that we've learned. But again, I think A&M's got a lot of experience with this from a DoD side. And although I do, getting an institution that's not used to doing that, to do that is kind of a learning curve.
Yeah, I wish Dr. Kevin Gamache from A&M System was here. He would be like the perfect one to answer your question about security. So we have a dedicated research security officer, Kevin Gamache, who has all these system regulations, policies, and even infrastructure in place to do the DoE secure research, that type of a setup. So first of all, you have to have an infrastructure, at the minimum infrastructure, where you can sell the story to the DoD that you have the capabilities to do this. But you already have the system, you can leverage that support and start doing things here with the support of Dr. Gamache. So that, after saying that, I think, TAMU Central is in a very unique situation. I consider this as like a trading post for Fort Hood and DoD and other university kind of support. The reason I say is that, a lot of research, Fort Hood base itself has a lot of research capabilities and the workforce for doing certain research. So, and what better place can it be than TAMU Central? For it to be like the central collection location for all other universities in this region and be that central warehouse, and then be like the channeling for Fort Hood on one side and the sponsors and the universities on the other side. So you have the prospects and you have the infrastructure in the form of support from the system, and I think you're ready to take that challenge for DoD work.
We have 9, I think it's 5 minutes. I will just give a quick generic framework because on the university side, the things are different. But as research part, we are talking much broader audience here. We're just not talking faculty innovators driving the research part. This has to be a very large effort. So you have to have a mechanism where really we are talking an innovation pipeline. How to support that pipeline? The university part will be covered. But you're talking inventors, who are coming out an idea in software, cybersecurity. Oh, we have to do a copyright. So then it comes down to the deep tech entrepreneurship piece of it. Create an ecosystem with some local attorneys, who are available to talk to people. You need to have some way to do some ideation events. Again, I'm talking the external audience to come in because that will be the driver of the research part. When you have a place for the innovators to come and talk, and express. Now, one thing which everybody, I think, has raised money knows in the world, not a single investor signs an NDA. So that's a minimum part everyone has to learn to talk without spilling out the beans when you have a conversation. And so I think a lot of people get wrapped up with that, no investor signs an NDA. So what I'm saying is very fundamental. The research part to succeed, build up an innovation pipeline, have that support system of you very fundamental technology developers, where you do the first 3D print of a single simple device, which attorney can talk you through copyright-based printer in the US patent, some of those kind of things, if someone in SBI support, and then your funnel is growing down the line. So that would be my suggestion as a holistically looking at research for, what should be done. And this is really the first step. There's a lot of pieces you have, it just position it and, make people feel welcome, because there is always a CA. People are always looking for an idea big enough to talk. We somehow need to get that step off. People who just come and have place to talk, present these kind of works. I think that's.
Analysts, thank you for your comments. Please give them a round of applause. Next thing we're going to show you, and there's two quick videos we're going to show you. And I promise they're quick. But one of these is going to highlight the opportunities that something like the research park and the work that has gone on over the last few years is able to do for people in our area. You'll play the first one.
My name is Andrew Cadron, and I'm a junior software developer. Right after high school, I went straight into college. I knew I wanted to go into computers. I just didn't know where exactly I was going to end up, but I knew that everyone around me was telling me it's going to be much harder to land a job if you don't have a degree. So I just knew I needed to start right away. My transition to college was pretty smooth, especially because of Central Texas College here. Very well integrated to transfer over to Texas A&M University, Central Texas. I knew that was the right choice for me because it was so close to where I already lived. I wouldn't have to move to start going there. And they're a reputable school that I knew was going to give me a degree with weight. Transitioning from community college to university didn't feel like that much of a change. I think the biggest thing that Texas A&M University, Central Texas did for me was improve my ability to communicate in a business environment. A week before the senior year, final semester, I received an email from Dr. Esposito saying that there was an opening at Tritium for an internship. I haven't really seen many software developer internships in the area at all. So when I saw that email pop up, I dropped everything and went and responded and applied for it. The internship was everything that I was gonna hope it would be, because I wasn't just running and getting people coffee. In fact, they were actually very kind to me. What I got to do in the internship was immediately hands-on developing software. I got to learn the libraries that we were using, talk to the senior developers that we have anytime I was stuck, and just got right into doing the actual work, which is exactly what I was hoping for. I would be learning things in the internship, whether it's just things that you can do in Java that I didn't know you could do before. And then in my algorithms class, I would be using that knowledge and vice versa. When they offered me the full-time position, it felt, I think the strongest emotion was relief, because I knew that I had made it, that not even just the last 4 years, but since kindergarten, really, you're going through school, and I finally finished what I've been working so many years for. I would absolutely recommend applying for Tritium because it's a much smaller team, so you get a lot more attention when you need help, and everybody is willing to assist each other. Texas A&M University, Central Texas is very affordable when compared to a lot of other universities. I would definitely recommend the school. My name is Andrew, and I'm a warrior.
Story, and what it really highlights is the educational institutions and their collaboration, but not high schools will offer many early college opportunities for the individuals that live here in Central Texas. The second video is also a short video, and it's by our lunch sponsor, Tritium Corporation.
You didn't sponsor that one?
When we started Tritium, the whole intent was to have an everlasting company. Our mission statement, which is take care of our employee family, take care of our customers, take care of our community.
And we try really hard to make sure that everyone feels connected to Tritium.
Most of all, it's a family environment. They care about not only the employees, but the employees' families.
The values of this company make it stand out for sure.
But if we all do a good job of taking care of our employee family, that employee family can do a good job of taking care of customers. And if we do a good job of taking care of our customers, we keep growing. If we do a good job of taking care of our employee family, not only do they take care of our customers, but they'll take care of the communities where we live, work, and play.
We solve the
world's toughest challenges with a servant's heart.
I'm sure people appreciate you sponsoring lunch today as well. So there's a couple of housekeeping comments on it. I'm gonna send you to it's a buffet style lunch, we'll serve down both sides. We're gonna ask you to exit on this door to my left. I'm pointing at that door, and then come back in the other door so the line keeps flowing. We will ask you to go out by table to make it kind of quick, and everybody's understanding line, give you a chance to socialize, or look at some of the exhibits that you may see out in the hallway. And I will ask table 1 and 2, please have lunch. We will reconvene about 1:40, and I'll give you a little bit of your voice.
Put the guys at the table at 5
Also, it's tables 12, 13, and 14. Tables 12, 13, 14, please come with us.
12, 13, 14.
We will have a cattle prod if you refuse to get up. Table 11, 10, table 11, 10, and 3.
11, 10, and 3.
Oh, yeah, I'm undercover. Not yet.
You were sitting on a coat run, huh?
I was.
Can you imagine how much more wonderful it would be if street art was working? Like the creme de la creme. I'm so irritated. All that work. Yes. I don't know.
So when you were like, there's a.
Okay, here's the mic, where's the speakers? Is there anything you because what I want to do you know, I want to make sure, but what if it's longer? Text me if anything. Because I feel like we belong together. That's an idea.
Maybe through your contractor.
Todd, you missed your table call. I just got it done. Oh, yes. Thank you. Like, you're the best. Thank you for, are you guys leaving that?
I'm sorry.
Okay, 2 minutes. Not having the audience. So there's gonna be 4 up there, so that you can, and Chief is gonna stand on the edge. Everyone's question from the edge.
You ought to have, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm sick.
Yeah. Yeah, and go to our attorneys. I gotta get you. We had to think this out. Great date.
Table 9, 3.
Oh, here we go. Go right ahead.
9, 3, and 4. Tables 9 and 4.
There's some tips. But I think it's all part of it. Well, that's 30. She makes it with low carb. Great job so far. I mean, that's like so the big deal question, the bigger you're saying, they're watching. You hear what she said. They're right. Just real quick. You get scared if you really know this person. You have somebody no? No. For the video, you get straight to do communication. That's right. Yeah. I was kind of twisted. I was like, you're working. That's what That's our goal. How you guys doing? Great, I'm on in the future.
That's the first thing.
Nice to meet you guys. Here's what a grandfather did. Great project you're working on. You have like
You can go with her. So you get there, go over to Nobody knows yet.
We all do our research. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a true tradition. I was thinking scholarship wise, like you go to commercialization. That's kind of where she wants to go. No, that's where she wants to go. They're not there, but they're trying to start programs. But right now, I think we're
Yeah.
That's actually that's right, brother. Are you on the side now? The people we want knowledge development side or the so something else in
Still made it, still made box.
Yeah, I think there's
Have y'all worked with your professionals to, they're probably the best office to engage with, identify that. Yeah, so what's the campaign? So, but see, we need to get it. Hopefully you'll be able to find it. Right now, we're going through figure out how to, federal. That's a market. See, our federal aid dollars don't reach that yet, so we're struggling. The feds haven't caught up with the rest of the market.
Look for the second part. Yeah. Just get a little more
Services.
I had to button off because I got too much. Right.
He is yes, obviously. Yes. This project.
Yeah, we have problems.
That's the new range build out. We're doing Galileo system. Short part of the data as you need it. Good chance to tell them right outside.
Right. Times you don't need cloud to make decisions for you. Exactly. These decisions, major decisions, really decisions have to be is what is the application?
You have to go to life AI. So, operational update before we put the soldier here. Almost by definition, if that AI is not on the edge. I think your issue is find a way to make where our team is right now is you test part before they actually you shall not put any other way. So 2 years ago, pretty much headquartered out our clients on aeronautics, aviation. But we started getting more and more work out here. So
We're big believers in the triad. Get out of the They partner with us to get the office here. And my last job before I retired was to bring in that. Part of Oh, yeah. Second part. Where at? Are you out of here? Or what do y'all do? There's like that, well, Marcus was hired. So, yeah, so he, that'd be cool, yeah. He did some work. He's done how do you define success? So it's difficult, right? You do a task, you give them the desire, you pick a kind of system and relax it, all of a sudden it goes straight. You go, oh, why did it go straight? Like, what did you need to do, right? Even the how to compensation for you. What did you Yes, you were the first person I met as a board member. something, I'm interested to see something. Exciting. Before, but I said, highways are always a challenge, right? Yeah, how do you, it's not well lit. You don't see that. I might have run into a couple of things along there. So the company is kind of organized. We have an office here. We do work. In fact, we go out there and do ticket. So we have a desk. We did acquisition. So we actually built some data. But we're involved mostly on the commercial side, on the DoD side. So you work with the security research well, yeah, right here on Relish, state it's which is an element of Department of Transportation. The other state where it's more, I think the Department of Transportation and State Research
Excuse me, everybody, seconds are available if anybody would like a second serving of lunch. That is available.
Transportation research. So I mentioned that there. Yeah. Oh, lots of stuff. Small counties using yes, we're not having we're also one of the things that I think Martin wants to do is work with the doctor and help them with it. So with the
Let me ask. What I mean by that is, get the funding, get the scope, okay, then do it, right? So what I do is, if it's a new customer, not a lot. It's an existing customer, then it's just flexibility. Where, okay, you report on this, my goal with every customer is I don't want to be a contractor. I want to be a fight different areas that may not have on staff. And so, you know, passport, IDIQs, all this other crap, that's so much fun. State structure, you meet the requirements, in line with the intent of every law and regulation. And at the end of the day, everyone thinks that's okay. Let's talk about discovery. I know you think you have a crime. So, long way to say, new customers, existing customers, the only way to expect I am not interested professional and personal. So, you know, some back players looking up to us that happened but this is the last 4-star one.
Look at their budget, the line, and they used to have a separate budget. Hey, you got it wrong. But they're cross. So, harsh.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 10-minute warning.
Teetering on the edge of making So when you graduate, there's this belly of debt. You can only get the benefits of SBA, and you're not going to talk to a lucky person. It's not going to do it. So you can survive that belly of debt. Another way. Well, no longer trading from race enterprise, trading software, and then all those end up being incorporated. So you guys are kind of the same boat as you grow in but you got to bridge this belly of death as you graduate.
We're hanging out right now.
Right, yeah. It's really exciting. We'll know what to do. Nope. It's a good problem to have. You guys looking at any other working area? You guys looking at any other working area? What do you say? 66% Alabama?
I don't want to be disingenuous. Short answer is I just don't have to. But it was, again, the reason that very similar to the amount of effort
Two of our technologies we developed in support of IPG are out there. They call it power Galileo system that takes data from the edge of 5G
I'm Dr. Weiser, Associate Professor of Biology at Texas A&M University. Did you know there are Whether you like working in a laboratory or there's a career. A bachelor's degree in biology will allow you to start considering such as biological, microbiology, wildlife science, environmental science, biological educator, among many others. Or you can continue your journey to graduate school or professional school. Here in Texas A&M, we offer
5-minute warning.
with the unique opportunity for students to specialize in their area. We offer concentrations in organism. By working closely with them, I students for those interested in cell molecular biology and love working in the lab, our biotechnology concentration will give you invaluable experience working in the areas of molecular genetics, genomics, proteomics, and bioinformatics. Our students work with high quality instrumentation that you would find in any reputable research laboratory, giving them the experience they need before joining the workforce. The ecology and conservation is great for those interested in the relationships between organisms and their environments. We have over 600 undeveloped land that serves outdoor laboratory research. If you love biology at the core organism or individual, our organismal biology concentration will allow you to study animals in depth, including areas of behavior, evolution, and anatomy and physiology. Our state-of-the-art laboratory facilities allow our students to learn techniques that are essential to every area of biology. We have a number of instruments, including mass spectrometers, chromatographs, spectrophotometers, and DNA and protein processing and imaging. Here at Texas A&M University Central Texas, small class sizes ensure one-on-one time and meaningful feedback from professors that truly care about students. Each class becomes a learning community with opportunities for everyone to participate and focus on learning. In addition to classroom education, each of our students develops their own original research questions to investigate. Real research projects give our students an edge in the job market and admission into graduate programs. And I'm very proud to say that many of our students have won awards for their research. So if you're looking for a quality, affordable, and personal Bachelor of Science degree in biology, check out what Texas A&M University Central Texas has to offer you.
Brad Lagarde wants to go with us. Like, what? Yeah, they talk about putting together a trip.
You can start with whatever you have experience doing, having actual learning, sitting down, paying attention, honing your skills, solving problem information, being able to communicate with them honestly, how you're taking the classes, how you like what you're learning, but also how you're learning and how you're teaching it. So it allowed us to play a hand in what we were learning. And that was like I said, those 4 points how to take information, put it together, and come out with a solution. Had you taken my problem solving that I had before coming here, put me into a position outward, I would be entire class. In just a few years, and I'm working efficient, I'm working my fields, working through
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please take your seats, we're going to begin.
They don't go to your
Long time ago.
Well, I hope everybody had a chance to get lunch. And I would like to thank Trinity Corporation again for being our lunch sponsor today. Please give them a round of applause. So this morning, you kind of heard about the what and the why of University Research Park, and then potential ways that we as a community can become involved and help engage and promote that enterprise. This afternoon, we're going to have another panel in a few short, and then we'll talk about the when, where, and how of partnership with talent development. Before we get there, though, we're going to invite Mr. Stephen Colston back up. He's going to give us a little more detailed overview of the University Research Park planning, what they've been doing, and he'll be able to entertain some questions at the end of this presentation. So, Stephen, if you please come up.
Hello again, everyone. Stephen Colston with Perkins and Will. I'm going to try as much as possible to not be redundant with some of the information that we covered earlier this morning. And we can certainly go back and retread any of those kinds of things, but also share a little bit, maybe finer grain detail on a couple of different components that I may have brushed through very quickly this morning. And then after that, we want to have some opportunity to open this up for questions and discussions, and you guys scratch a little bit deeper and some things that you may be intrigued about that you'd like to understand a little bit more about. So a little bit closer look, we're going to talk, kind of recap on introductions, talk about the physical side and the market conditions in a little bit more detail. Touch on the program drivers and some of the physical implementation strategy as well. So we went through a very arduous and iterative process to move us from, the project kickoff and initiation to the delivery of this. I think it's fair to say, Carter and Mr. Lutz, we could probably post up on this. There is a website that now is active with the final report, the final appendices and such that have been completed and provided to OLDC as a part of the grant response, and that finer grain of detail of what you're capturing and much more than you'll capture in the presentation sessions today, you can review. Our existing conditions, so we know where we are, right? Everybody figured out Google Maps on how to get over here today. I mentioned earlier today about some of the ecological environmental stuff, and we do have some forested areas on the site that actually have some, for those of you who don't know, some critical habitat locations that even as a part of the transaction from Fort Hood, from the U.S. Army to the property of the Texas A&M University System for A&M Central Texas, that we have to be preserved, be sensitive to. There's buffer areas. And we're also reminded consistently from the A&M System Real Estate Office, make sure that you're following the letter of the law and being conscientious of those. So we also want to be thoughtful about that from just an environmental and ecological perspective, right? We also are sharing this planet with those critters and thinking about it in a way that it can also be an amenity to the users, those human components of us that are walking around on the site. So we not only looked at those environmental contexts, but this is the kind of hill country region, and so we have some interesting topographical challenges that make it easier to build in some places than others. Some locations of environmental slope and terrain and floodplains, streams that we need to be conscientious of. We're not building it. And from this, we ended up developing a suitability model that really began to score and identify criteria for the places on the site that were most suitable and least suitable for development. And that really informed a lot about where we were purposeful in terms of kind of structuring the development quite intentionally. And in doing this, we're able to build in a lot of biodiversity, build in resilience in the site. And when we were working on this site, we've had major wildfire in the area. We've been here, I think there were kind of near flood conditions going on. A couple of folks here would say to us, like, every time you come here, it's pouring rain. It's not raining today, so I don't know.
That's okay, maybe we wanted to.
Yeah, man, I'll just keep coming back, right? But I shared with you kind of our big takeaways from this morning is, you know, one of the big issues is we want to build off of the infrastructure that already exists in this core area. We don't need to reinvent the wheel and spread way out over this entire site. There's actually environmental, ecological, physical, topographic issues on why we wouldn't want to do that, but very specific issues around infrastructure, utilities, parking, all those systems that we can just leverage that already exist today. The program drivers, I want to just sort of share this for a second as we looked at economic context, is understanding location quotients. If you're familiar with these, I'll just point out the location quotient of 1 means that an industry is as prevalent in a region as it is in the nation. So if you look at the top line, government, basically, that's Fort Hood. We have, you guys are far outpacing a national average on that, surprise, right? But there are a lot of other areas that we're really tracking behind. And I think when we start thinking about economic resilience and economic diversity and sort of building that as a part of an innovation ecosystem, we can start to see some of these reds that we'd like to see move up and be a part of a more innovation economy, be moving more towards the green. And I brought this up for a second this morning, is we're not completely on an island here, right? We talked about the whole notion of this emerging innovation corridor in the Texas Triangle, and this whole catalytic component. I think Scott mentioned this morning when he was talking about, we're kind of right here in the sort of outer rim around the Austin area that is exploding. Austin has a lot of the things that we don't here in Killeen, and Killeen has a lot of things that Austin doesn't. So we believe as we kind of click back into this slide that there's some opportunities to really kind of cross-pollinate and really leverage those outer ring opportunities to bring those in. We talked a little bit about Fort Hood this morning. We talked a little bit about A&M system this morning. I really, I was actually inspired by a lot of the conversations and some of the connections that we've even had on some of our breaks and lunches about not only opportunities that could happen, with private institutions like Baylor, but also how we end up getting the 1 + 1 = 11. I can say 1 + 1 = 5 or 4. I love the 11 much better, so I'm stealing that from here on out. But I think how we end up providing those infrastructure, the questions like how do we deal with security clearances? How do we do all these things? We're part of the Texas A&M University system here at A&M Central Texas. So we have all of these reaches that we can pull through within these systems, not only within the A&M system component, but all of the other state agencies that are, physically have a presence here, even Dr. Taylor Harvey kind of representing the TEAS component in this area. So this opportunity to cross leverage with RELIS, I think is a really, really important component. I loved the video that you guys shared about the student transferring from the community college into the university, getting an internship, and getting a full-time position after graduation with a defense contractor who is at A&M Central Texas, physically at Forge in the campus, partnering with DoD, who that same company now physically has a footprint over us. That's the poster child for the conversation that we're talking about here, and we just have to get into the 1 + 1 = 1100, and kind of keep it like that. Add some zeros after that. So A&M Central Texas is already doing some really remarkable things for, as Dr. Nick Liazzo was sharing this morning, this bootstrap of an organization that is really born out of, demand and intent of this community to really be responsive to the market that's here as turning into a research institute. We've seen research expenditures continue to rise. When I look at this and I see the defense military related research funding that's and contracts that are here, I see that piece of the pie as an enormous opportunity to be further exploited. And I think when we start bringing our industry partners, our academic partners, and our system and our defense partners together, there's a really enormous multiplier effect that we can tap into. So I think just celebrating that diverse innovation ecosystem here at defense is key. When we think about, the space, we talk about spaces, places, programs. There are some existing industry assets that already exist here on the left. We kind of indicated them in some capacity, and several of these on the right are the things that we believe should be holistically applied at Forge, A&M Central Texas as an innovation community. And those include, I'll just click to the next one. It includes, fundamental innovation spaces that'll, support collaborative startups, multiple different companies, incubation of spaces, entrepreneurship centers, commercialization, co-working spaces, lots of different kind of flexible office opportunities from high bay areas, right, that can be applied for some of the research that's going on here. And the potential even as we talk about security clearances and other things, and industry partners, like even the idea like a multi-tenant skip facility that can be used on an application basis based on particular research or contracts that might be employed at the time. So you saw this morning about this idea of sort of building this honeycomb fabric of all these different places and spaces for programs and people together. Now, we talked a little bit about the different models and the separation of the research part versus the physically adjacent research part, but blended model. And I alluded to Purdue earlier this morning, but I think this next level of innovation of academic industry spaces really blurring the lines are fundamentally what we're talking about here when we think about what the application is for Hood at A&M Central Texas. And that is the concept that we've really embraced. I think the university's embraced and is really a great example of what you're already even doing with the Tritium and Syntax examples that we're doing here. So developing companies, providing workforce development, and supporting those connections, and retaining and attracting talent that may not be here today. So, vision, we went through a little bit of this idea of creating spaces, physical spaces that are going to support those collisions. I'm actually flying out tonight, well, depending on the FAA, I guess. Flying out tonight to Madison, Wisconsin. We're working with the University of Wisconsin, Madison on a strategy for another one of these integrated models. They have a satellite research park that is very successful, but they're trying to do this integrated model physically on their campus with private industry. And one of the things that we've been talking about is that industry partners are saying, we have some things that we're doing at the research park that we need to be standalone and operational. We want to be where the academics are, where the research, we want to be sharing those elevators and those water coolers and the coffee and the pint over here with some of the academics and researchers and the students and building those notions. So these are the guiding principles that are really informing everything from knowledge to economy and community and ecology that are shaping the outcomes of the plan. So I shared this for just a minute, but I'm going to provide a little bit of context on this, especially on this element around the central spine. So the physical site, there are some areas that we kind of need to avoid from a physical design perspective. But the idea of kind of creating this spine along the high portions of the topography in this area are part of the reason why we have this bow or horseshoe shape, oxbow shape. The primary pedestrian core, not unlike what we have right out here at the beginning of this building, right outside of Warrior Hall, we really see that kind of continuing to evolve first to the east and then eventually to the west, creating the fundamental knuckle of that really being this notion of the collaboration quad with a series of green spaces that then come down to the low draw in the drainage area through the site. You saw what the campus looks like today, what the full build out looks like. The notion of site circulation, that we've broken this down, service and loading, front doors and back doors, and fire access to buildings and all those different components. But the idea that we continue to have the main entry access here. We've had a circulation spine that gives us vehicular connectivity around here. We build off of a lot of the infrastructure, the existing parking, and incrementally tuck in some additional parking as demand. We work really closely with our parking transportation, modeling all the parking demand around the square footage. And then thinking about a pedestrian spine that is core to the interior of the campus, and then softer level pedestrian trails and connections. I love one of the things here on Friday afternoons, one of our faculty members who actually helped us map out the trails, meets with a group of students and does a hike to the Bald Knob for campus, really kind of creating these really cool traditions here on campus. So in fact, I'll just point out from this collaboration quad in these gateway buildings, this axis all right along here terminates with the Bald Knob at the other end of the site. So just kind of looking at this real quick, I know I'm kind of pointing over here and above some people's heads, so I can't point two places at once, I apologize. But we really kind of see this being an extension of some of the academic programs that might be moving this way, but really kind of seeing some of the academic and industry pieces blending together as they continue to grow and expand over time. I do want to point out this component right here. There's a brand new central plant that is under design right now for the campus. That is, we're kind of baking in as an existing addition, even though it's not physically built yet, that we'll anticipate coming as well. So we talked a bit about the first movers, but I thought I'd walk you through the phasing, like how do we eat an elephant, right? One bite, I don't know why people are eating elephants, but one bite at a time, right? So we started off with this kind of phase 1A strategy. So we're going to drop in these buildings that are shaded kind of in a black color right here. The first is really kind of building out, the collaboration quad and that initial apex of kind of innovation or industry academic. We want to kick our friends at Syntex and Trivium out of these buildings and get them in some really cool purpose-built lab space, along with other defense partners that are in here, and maybe a touchdown point for OTC, outside the fence. That really actually starts creating those together with some of the laboratory and research space that the university is doing, and really kind of build some purpose-built opportunities in there. So we're starting out with 300,000 square feet, which is pretty much what we have on campus today. We anticipate another 210,000 square feet coming in with those first 3 buildings, bringing us up to about 500,000 square feet. And I'm going to take you through like 6 times the size of the current campus today. The phase 1B really brings on the next level, another academic building, and start bringing in the residential house. And we can slice and dice this a couple of different ways. This is a plan, it's a roadmap. It's flexible, it's adaptable to be able to respond to needs over time. Phase 2 really kind of builds in another academic and industry. You can see academic research industry. We're blending that because that could be blended both vertically and horizontally within the side of the buildings. And another 200,000 square feet of residential coming on time. We had looked, I moved through this really quickly this morning, but we looked closely not only at the studies that A&M Central Texas has done about their demand studies for student housing, but also what our partners at HR&A advisors did in terms of the real estate market analysis and market rate housing out there. And so just kind of understanding, we have that pent-up demand, and there's an opportunity, especially as those industries come in over time. And then lastly, our phase 3 is really beginning to bring out a next projection of that western quad. So this kind of tallies it all up here, so you can kind of see everything coming together to that total of about 1.8 million total square feet. So we have a long road to hoe ahead of us in terms of implementation. We have a lot of bandwidth and a lot of flexibility. The intentional purpose of the density of this is to create those opportunities for spaces and places to be able to come together in very, very intentional ways. And everything that happens from either end of this axis really comes together at this point of collision where people can kind of connect together. I'm not going to go through all the details of the spaces, but we have thought about the notion of an idea of a forge hall that becomes kind of our object building, kind of the building that sits kind of right here at the edge of the natural environment. That becomes a space where we're holding job fairs, we're holding maybe coding academies, we're having some gathering events like this, happy hours, lunches, really kind of bringing, I get to meet some students outside and bringing everyone from exposure to the innovation opportunities that really exist in the region. But also thinking about some creative ways about how it sort of engages with this natural, not only innovation and economy and this knowledge economy, but how it sort of responds to that other guiding principle, but thinking about the environmental context. So really beginning to sort of step out over the edge of the green space and the draw on the back of that. And I showed you some renderings of this building earlier this morning. So we could have spillover space that like looks off into the wooded areas and connects up to some of the trail areas out there in the back. We also talked about the gateway buildings. This starts to become more industry space, lab space, engineering space. I mentioned a little bit about, here's one of the views. If you actually go out on the quad and look back this way, you'll kind of see we're here in Warrior Hall, here's Heritage Hall, there's Ball Knob in the background. So this site between these gateway buildings really kind of frames that and kind of builds on the axis over time. So you can kind of see that component really coming right through here. Let me talk about implementation for a minute, because the feasibility is like, how does this really come together? Because the people part of this and the programs part of this is really crucial. And, just like, the other elephant reference I made, it all is going to happen in bite-sized pieces. And so we talked about a pre-startup, a startup, and a stabilization. And this all has to happen with partners, not only within the A&M system, A&M Central Texas, but across the community. We believe that there's some opportunities for, after investigating and exploring different options with our colleagues at HR&E Advisors, we kind of see a hybrid evolving structure over time, one that provides strong control and opportunity for A&M Central Texas to have ownership of the land long-term, but also having some hybrid structure that allows for flexibility, for long-term land leases, for public-private partnerships in those regards. During that same period of the startup year, that 1 to 2 year window, we also anticipate doing more stuff like this, programming the heck out of this, doing these, doing these coding boot camps, doing these programs that are really bringing in and exposing, folks that are coming from the Army, folks that are coming from academia, from workforce development, from the schools, to be able to share what, that amazing student/graduate/employee is able to evolve over time. These are kinds of things you can do today without investing another nickel in bricks and mortar. And so programs are really crucial portion of how we do. There's an opportunity for you to be able to begin sort of reinforcing that brand today. Our Forge Innovation Forum, we could have said that summit, we did this as a model several months ago. But that's essentially our Forge Innovation Summit kind of program happening today. So leveraging funding and how we think about this critically, and how we think about controls in the context of where A&M Central Texas sits within the A&M system is also really important in terms of how we think about real estate, how we think about legal implications of how deals are structured, how we think about where things are nestled. We believe initially this kind of starts out being hosted and led fundamentally by the university, but eventually evolving into a separate foundation. So sorry I keep referencing Purdue, but we talk about a lot of other different models. Purdue's, a lot of the research park initiatives, a lot of the work we're doing at University of Wisconsin is really leveraged and implemented under the Purdue Research Foundation. So they own, operate a lot of those buildings, or they work with third-party developers. They're building land on long-term land leases there. So we see that Forge leadership really kind of starting out at this level, and it's got to integrate, real estate staff, partnership staff, operations staff, because it takes somebody waking up every morning and go to bed every night with this kind of being their job, really thinking about stewarding this process along. All you being here as partners are really great, contributors, collaborators to this process. There's got to be accountability to be able to continue to measure and move the bar along. So when we think about the growth in that 3 to 4 year window, we really start thinking about, beginning to create that Forge Foundation component. That becomes this not-for-profit entity, much like a lot of these university research foundations that we see. The real estate mixed-use knowledge really comes into play. The partnerships and programs, we had a lot of discussions about IP, commercialization. I love the conversation on the last panel. I am not a scientist, I'm not a commercialization technology person. I'm an architect, I'm an urban designer and strategist. But those components are critical to making any innovation system. And so those partnerships and how you handle IP. Are you gonna own it? Are you gonna control it? Are you gonna do like what we heard it, the colonel talk about at Baylor this morning? We're gonna say, hey, we're gonna count that towards our research expenditures. We're gonna let go of some of those kind of components. Those structural components are going to have to be coordinated with the Office of General Counsel, with the system office, and the commercialization and IP side. And then, of course, the fiscal stewardship. Who's running these programs? Who's running the facilities and who's operating those? We imagine this actually to form legislation in the form of a not-for-profit entity that's like a membership-based league, allowing for contributions to that process. They could also allow for some subsidiary entities that could function in different ways based on different opportunities that might avail themselves, whether they're research initiatives, whether they're industry partnership initiatives that happen as a 501c3 or even a C corporation. I think maybe the Center for Novel Therapeutics at Texas A&M, that was a part of that big BioCorridor initiative, was actually a private for-profit subsidiary of Texas A&M University. Am I correct on that? So there are models like that already within the A&M system to be able to set up. And we need that flexibility to be able to, in many cases, part of creating this foundation is to be able to move at the speed of business. Because sometimes the wheels of government turn a little bit slower. I think I was talking to a council member earlier, it's like, and from the government perspective, he said, this is not moving fast enough. So we begin to start thinking about some structure. We believe the Research Foundation then begins to absorb that Forge staff. There was a reference this morning about how do you be successful at this? You have to have a DoD advisory committee in here that's talking to you and telling you about the things that are missing or the things that you need. We need an industry advisory board that's telling us what's not. We're having a tritium sidebar over here. These are the things that are not working. We need to work on how do we get procurement located at Central at Fort Hood so we can do these. These are crucial conversations that can be elevated and sold to the leadership to be able to make those things happen over time. That stewardship is really key to that whole process. And our real estate and attorney becomes an important part of this as we think about integration with the system office and how we integrate with real estate, the partnerships and the programs, and that kind of takes us into that maturity stage. Ultimately, we're trying to get to a long-term, sustainable, resilient operation that creates a long-term, sustainable, resilient innovation ecosystem for Central Texas. So ultimately, we believe that the model for Forge should be nimble and adaptable. That we think that there are a range of opportunities in terms of how this could be. This is one kind of context in how we imagine we build off of the existing 300,000 square feet that are here. We start with phase one and including different components that are sliced and diced a couple of different ways. Partially with, we have a legislative appropriation session going into, or legislative session just initiating. Could there be some higher education funding appropriations? We think there will continue to be university buildings that get built here over time. And the plan, we're working actually in tandem with this on the campus plan update. So we'll be framing up those things that tie together with all the campus academic needs, but also responding to the sort of private industry market components that we talked about here. So we imagine there being separate partner-led, financially modeled at-risk developer partners or other public-private partners that come in that may be taking some of the risk on some of the housing components and some of the multi-tenant research building components on here. So it's about the programs. It's about activating the space. We can do those together. It's about the place. It's about creating the physical environment that are going to support the bunkability that I talked about this morning. And it's about the people and how we go about structuring this and implementing it over time to create this place that we kind of imagine here as Forge. So I'll stop there, and anything that we may have covered this morning, any questions that you may have related to the information, I'm happy to field questions with the microphone back here.
If you have questions, please raise your hand and we'll come to you with the microphone.
Good, I answered all the questions.
So you talked about the partnership-led developments on state-owned land.
you thought through, it's a hard selling point often, right? It's we can get some people to come in and put the zeros down on something that they don't own. So have you thought through kind of what that would look like and how you would build that partnership? Some of the caveats you want to avoid and making that attractive.
Yeah, so there's a couple of components in this actually that have actually real live implications even to your tax base right here in the community. It's a very, very excellent question, by the way. If you look at most university research park models, just take the models that have been around for decades. You go back to like the Grand Indian Research Parks. Research Triangle Park is the second oldest research park in the country, largest research park in the country. And the model that a lot of folks followed for a long time, and they actually sold their land. They still own, I'm going to be visiting with them later this month, touring some of our Wisconsin clients through their site, and looking at the Centennial model and then what they're doing downtown. More recently, and actually even evolving since RTP, like the work that we've done at University of Utah, or actually University of Wisconsin, we're talking about, their research park land is owned separately in most cases by the Research Foundation, which a part of the governance structure that we're talking here ties back to and board established by the university. So there's controlled connectivities to the dirt, right? And as a part of what runs with the dirt is the codes, covenants, and restrictions that require the specific requirements on what can be developed on the site. Most of the models and most of the models in most of the successful research parks around the country today retain ownership of the land. Partially because, especially with state institutions, giving away land or selling land is like a persona non grata approach. So actually what we're doing with the University of Wisconsin right now is they have new enabling legislation where they're actually taking portions of university-owned land and selling it to their University Research Foundation, which is then able to, and this is exactly what Purdue's doing with their Research Foundation. They're selling university land to the Research Foundation. The Research Foundation is then going in, running the real estate and industry side of that, building housing, building market rate housing, building multi-tenant research and office buildings for industry partners. In some cases, owning the buildings outright and being the owner operator of those as the foundation. In some cases, actually bringing in third-party experts who have experience or financial leverage within their monetization backgrounds, build the capital stack, and be able to pull that off the books of the foundation. Because a lot of times the foundations are not willing to carry that debt capacity that the private partners are able to tie into. This is a very good question. Oh, the one thing I was going to bring this back around to the city. Once we put some of these buildings back into, even though they're on publicly owned or foundation owned land, and they actually have revenue generating businesses in the buildings, they become taxable. So it actually ends up becoming to supporting those programs. There's a lot of different tools in the toolbox in terms of how to leverage. Purdue, for example, worked very closely with the community of West Lafayette to create a TIF district in there that allowed them to build a lot of their infrastructure. The cool thing is here, you can build out your next 8 or 10 buildings without having to build another parking space. You've got utilities, you've got infrastructure, you have all these kind of things here to be able to accommodate this. So we have a lot of infrastructure that is sometimes a big struggle on the up end to get this going. It's about getting all the rest of the pieces in place.
Other questions from the floor?
It's like we have no time for one, if someone wants to ask.
No other questions about the research park?
All right, let's make it happen. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are a little bit ahead. So we are going to take a 5-minute break while the panel come up and get situated, and then we'll pick up. Yeah, I invite the panel, the afternoon panel, to come up front and proceed. Tanner, can you click those lines?
Yes. Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Hey, you ready for your foundation? Oh, wait a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you please take your seats, we'll begin in just a minute.
Or like a
That's where my rocking chair cover patio is. Yeah. That's our two.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin with the afternoon panel. So this afternoon, our panel has four distinguished guests on it. And they're going to talk about the when, where, and how of partnership and talent development. So, and I'll introduce them in just a second, but I will ask them to think about this. How do we explore the role of partnerships in the community and the surrounding areas as it relates to the talent cultivation and the talent pipeline? So for our panel today, we have Ben Powers with Geeks and Nerds, Dr. Tina Addy with Central Texas College, Fabio Lopez with Tritium, and Mr. John Leffers with Operational Test Command located here at Fort Hood. And Ben, if you would lead us off.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ben Powers. I'm a program manager with Geeks and Nerds Corporation. Got a little presentation here. There we go. So GAN is a small business out of Huntsville, Alabama. It's been around since 2004. We currently have about 450 employees. Oh, thank you so much, Doctor. So we've been in the Fort Hood, Texas footprint since about 2007 and support Operational Test Command. Started as a very small group of folks, 2 or 3 folks who were doing some data management and data reduction type work. And if the contract has grown, GAN has grown in the Central Texas community, and I've kind of grown with it. I came to Central Texas in 2004, started working with GAN in 2016, and over that time, we've seen our partnership with Fort Hood grow, Operational Test Command grow, and as the university got established with the university, some of my best employees come out of the different programs right here at Central Texas A&M. The one thing I want to point out is people are what GAN is all about. That little A symbol in GAN is actually a Chinese symbol for people. It's very important to our CEO, Dr. Kim. People are what, and relationships are what drive GAN and what drives GAN's success with working with folks like Operational Test Command and the Texas A&M system. So, a variety of slides in here that we really don't need to address in terms of this kind of presentation. But, the one I did want to point out, though, is community and country. That's what's really important to GAN as a company, and it's what's really important to me as GAN's representative in Central Texas. We consider ourselves not just a contractor, but sort of a partner in national defense issues, supporting our fighters right here in the Central Texas community, and also a member of this community. We saw discussions a little bit earlier about like the coding academies that take place here on campus. We've been participants in those. Working with the students, as I said, we rely on both Fort Hood soldiers transitioning out of the Army and the A&M system personnel graduating from the various programs here to staff our needs on Fort Hood. And that kind of ties into what Mr. Slade was talking about earlier about how do we work pipelines. It's not even a pipeline as much as it is a community where academia, industry, and government are coming together in order to be able to meet the defense needs that we're seeing in the 21st century.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Addy, and I am the Deputy Chancellor for Instruction and Workforce Initiatives at Central Texas College, and it's my pleasure to be here. Central Texas College is not just a typical community college. We have our main campus here, just 8 miles down Clear Creek Road. You may have seen it when you were driving in. But we have a lot of worldwide locations as well. We have a really important county service area. And like Joe said, we'll tie in when we talk about talent pipeline. As you can see, we have several accolades. We are the #1 college that students choose when they come and seek their education. Okay, louder. I got it, louder. All right, so where do our graduates go? We'll talk about that in a minute, but we have over 1,000 graduates a year, and so we want to make sure that we connect them, that we connect them with your businesses, with the different opportunities that we are for them here. We also have a strong relationship with other school districts, with the military, certainly with Texas A&M Central Texas. We do the first 2 years, we're junior college, so the first 2 years, associate's degree is the highest that students earn. But we also do a lot of training that's non-credit, and we have the capability to work with businesses and tailor training and educational needs. So in many ways, that makes us unique. And we always seek opportunities to work with partners in the community.
So be quick, be short, be brief, right? So, again, Fabio Lopez, President and Chief Operating Officer of Trinity. And first and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It's certainly humbling to be in front of a group of very talented folks who all have something in common, which is how do we want to take care of really a community that we all love and serve. And for many of you, you've grown up here, right? This is home for some of us. You know, it's a place that we've been traveling to for almost 2 decades and made lifelong relationships. And from others, you know, it's a place that you're just starting out. But thank you. And really, it is about partnerships. This process for us at Tritium started about 5 years ago or so when we had the Chamber of Commerce come down and visit us in Huntsville. We got asked by John Dean, there's always somebody, right? There's always somebody in the room, right? So the lowest common denominator, I'm sorry. So he, so anyway, but he really asked us to host it. He was here at Operational Test Command. And so we hosted that, and then that started a set of processes that then resulted in today us having just over 10 employees here at the university. As you saw, you know, that I did not do that video. That was produced by Texas A&M Central Texas, and we really appreciate it. That tells a great story, and that story is about how do you create a business case, but more importantly, how do you invest in the community, and then ultimately, it's not just about Tritium. It's about how do you take care of the students and the population, and then to go out to the community and make investments. Again, just because they intern at Tritium doesn't mean that they're going to stay there. The goal is to provide them opportunities. Our job here at the university is to provide a venue for them to understand what business is like, and also to create really opportunities for the community in general. So a little bit about Tritium, went backwards. You know, those are slides, y'all can have them later and look at, but truly it's about, if you take care of the employee will take care of the customer will take care of the organization and will continue to grow, but most importantly, it's about how do we give back to the community, right? Those communities right now, we have over 40 contracts in about 24 different states. We are deeply invested in the state of Texas. I'll say that again, right, for those we are deeply invested in the state of Texas. We've actually done work. This is someone saying, "Hey, keep on moving." We actually do work. We have an employee that just started at the beginning of the year out of Rellis campus, and we're here. And we've also done work in Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and so we're continuing to invest in the state of Texas. Probably over close to 70 or 80 employees between San Antonio, here in Killeen, and also out in El Paso. We do 3 things: test and evaluation, training and training solutions, and research and development and rapid prototyping. And quite frankly, we couldn't do our job here if it wasn't for the partnership that we have with the government, and specifically operational testing. That relationship between the government, industry, and academia is critical for the success of any program, and it allows, as you work together, to build trust. And so as we talk about, you know, the future and what that relies on, it does rely on that partnership to work. And unfortunately, it relies on contracts, right? Someone said earlier about agile and nimble. That is not the federal or the state government. Sorry, did I say that out loud? And so we have to figure out, as we develop this research park and this innovation center, is how do we bring Nimble into that process so that we don't spend 2 to 3 months, right? Working through an NDA or a contract, right? I'm not saying that Texas A&M is difficult to contract with, but it's certainly interesting, right? Not as bad as the federal government. Look, I'm just saying, right? And look, and frankly, what the work that we've done here in Central Texas has been phenomenal. I would say we've moved at the speed of light, right? But as we move forward, that partnership, we have to bring in other elements. I was talking earlier about procurement. How do we bring procurement specialists in? Where are the bankers? Is there a banker in the room right now? So there is. Awesome. So I will say this: there's nothing that we can do in industry without a bank. If we don't have a line of credit, we can't do anything. The startup can't do anything without a bank, right? The lawyers, any lawyers in the room? One lawyer. God bless them, right? Generally, you can't do anything with a lawyer or without a lawyer, right? But where's the legal staff, right? And frankly, it's that partnership. Your entrepreneurs, your venture capitalists. I'm not a VC. Everything Tritium's done has been really bootstrapped, right? So that partnership with the bankers, the legal profession, right? The Chamber of Commerce, right? The economic development, the researchers, all really come together to develop something. And success for us, and our experience has been in other places, is you need all those folks in the room collaborating and talking and communicating on a regular basis. Because it's without any money, you can't do work. Without the space or the partnerships at the university, you can't get students and researchers. Without the government, where's the requirements come from? And more importantly, someone talked about it earlier, dual use. The importance of dual use is important, right? Everything we do, can we use it for something else, right? In our space is, can I not just use it for operational tasks? Can I use it for training? Can I expand it to do for something else? And so finally, I'll get to really the workforce development, which is important, right? The impact of what occurs here is phenomenal. And someone talked about it. I think the number was 600. We use the number of 800. People want to stay in this area. I mean, truly, I never had an opportunity. My wife says, "Oh, you're going to Fort Hood," and I probably go. I spent more hotel nights here in probably Killeen, Texas, than I've spent anywhere else in the world. It's a great place. Great place to raise a family. You have sunshine. It's free, unlike some other parts of the country where you have to pay for it. You got a great tech base. You have the airport just down the road, right? I don't want the Killeen Airport is not as easy to get in and out of, so I fly out of Austin. You have a ready-made workforce that has clearances. You have people who quite frankly are tied to the community, and so really it's that working with not just us as Tritium, but how do we establish those collaborations? The internships we do and provide set the conditions for those students to go elsewhere. And likewise, those partnerships allow for expanded use. We have in other places, for example, in Huntsville, where we do internships with employees, and those employees then go work on for the federal government. That's a great place. And likewise, there are opportunities for federal government employees to go and retire or say, "Hey, I really want to do something different," right? Training with industry. There's university. There's things like bringing West Point cadets down. So over the next really several years, we're going to continue to expand, right, that footprint. And I encourage all of us to have it. To do that collaboration that we talked about earlier, there has to be more people in the room. And again, it's folks coming in the room like Operational Test Command who are saying, "Hey, we're here and we want help from the community. How do we get other government agencies and other procurement specialists in the room?" And so finally, again, I'm humbled by being part of this, that video. Thank you very much to Texas A&M Central Texas for putting that video together about that student. We're proud to be part of this community and look forward to many more years. Sure. Yes, sir.
So good afternoon, everyone. First, my name is John Duckers. Again, I'm I'm a retired Army as well, and I'll tell a little bit about my story here in a couple of minutes. But I want to thank Texas A&M for inviting me here to be one of the speakers and to participate in what I think is one of the most important partnerships, if not the most important partnership that OTC has for a lot of reasons. And I'll say I am all in, with this research park effort. Is absolutely critical. And I think that video, really summed it up well. If the chain of events work the way I think they will work once we get this thing fully up and running. And I think to a couple of previous points, I don't even think we should wait. I think even starting to do some of the virtual, which I know we're trying to get up and running, is absolutely critical. And the infrastructure eventually, I think, will follow, will actually kick in. So you've heard operational test command a lot this morning. So really the question is, who are we? What do we look like? So I think the best way to illustrate this is with the map of the United States. So we are actually located in 5 different locations. Here at Fort Hood is our largest contingent. We have 4 test directorates and actually our headquarters, which is, 1-star Army Command. Mr. John Dean used to be, the deputy or the number 2 person, if you will, that before he retired last year. For a little under a year, I filled in his shoes, and now I'm back as a technical director within the organization, which is when I came back into federal service. I've been active duty director is what I've been doing, ever since I'm back on that job. So, what does a typical test director look like? To just give you an idea, each one of those test directorates is anywhere from 40 to 70 personnel. So here at Fort Hood, just a few miles over that way, you have 4 test directorates. When I say test directors, these are the actual both DA civilian, contractors, and military teams that go out there and they actually test, the Army's newest equipment before we put it in the hands of soldiers. And I know I'm skipping around a little bit with what's on the slide, but I think the important thing for this is, we're mandated by congressional law that before we can field a new piece of equipment within the Department of the Army, really, the Department of Defense, but I'll keep it focused on the Department of the Army. It has to go through an operational test. So we are the last step, before it goes to what's called a full fielding, decision and full fielding into the force. So the stakes are pretty high, and there's a lot of pressure to get this right, because you figure a few $100,000 up to a few $1 billion test is informing, in a lot of cases, billions of dollars over 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years worth of acquisition, decisions. So really, there's not a lot of room for error, and we don't really have the luxury of getting it wrong at that point. However, because it's not just a OTC effort, it's a larger enterprise effort with our partners, that are in this room here, to include the gentleman next to me. We all work together to make sure that test is the highest quality possible, because again, our soldiers, deserve the absolute best, and we can see what's going on in the world today. And I think today, and I'm biased, I think we've done a pretty darn good job of making sure that what they have in their hands is what they're actually going to be able to use, both in combat, training, and in this case, what we see going on in Europe, kind of a hybrid of all those different efforts. So now we'll go back up to the map a little bit. So so I talked about a little bit here at Fort Hood. We also have test directorates. We have one at Fort Huachuca, Arizona. We have a test directorate out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. We have one just 10 hours away at El Paso, Texas, Fort Bliss, Texas. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our brothers and sisters to the north at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. And each one of those test directorates are focused on what's called a functional area within the U.S. Army. So, for example, the 4 here at Fort Hood, they'll test all the maneuver equipment. That's your Bradleys, your tanks. We have our aviation test directorate. They'll test the future vertical lift, for example, when it does start coming into prototyping and those types of things. The UH-60s, better probably known more vernacular, the Black Hawk helicopters, the Chinooks, the Apaches, and we have another test directorate that does all the networks within the Army. We call that the Mission Command Network. So all that hard stuff, making the digits flow all over the battlefield. That test directorate specializes in that, and then the one that I'm a technical director of, all the chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear stuff we test, all the sustainment, like dump trucks, the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle, the old Deuce and a Half upgrade, which is now the FMTV. That's all the types of stuff that we test there. And if out at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, that's our airborne test director and special operations test director. They test the Army's newest parachutes. But then also a lot of times the airborne community within the Army is a pretty large contingent. And so they make sure a lot of the stuff that we're testing here can actually get pushed out of an airplane and survive impact when it hits the drop zone. So they'll do a lot of technical tests, and sometimes they'll pair soldiers with that to make sure that the thing can actually get put in operation once it gets dropped. And then really when you get into some high-tech stuff, that's what Fort Huachuca does. And there's also the electronic proving ground within the Army. And that's where they do all the signals, all the equipment. They do a lot of signals testing and make sure that, some of the, GPS, some of the deniability. So they do all that testing out there. And then out Fort Bliss is all the air and missile defense testing. So you can see it's a pretty large portfolio that the organization, if you look up to your right there, you'll see, we have about 500 core Department of the Army and military personnel that are doing all this. However, we can flex up to, just rough order of magnitude, up to 500 contracts, 500 contractors for any particular test we need. If we need that many personnel to actually go through and do that type of testing. So, we're kind of lean and mean, but the important thing for us, this will get into the next slide, is we absolutely have to have the right men and women with the right skill sets, both on the civilian side, the military side, but also the contracting side, to make sure that we have the quality of personnel necessary to conduct the operational test. If that makes sense. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that, we actually work for a 2-star, which I mean by that is a 2-star general officer headquarters that's located out in Aberdeen Proving Ground, and there are higher headquarters. That 2-star command reports directly to really the Secretary of the Army through some uniformed personnel before it gets there. But and the reason for that is to make sure that the operational test command, the Army, which we're part of the Army Test and Evaluation Command, that we're independent, and we can't be swayed by other individuals with vested interest within the Army or Department of Defense. We're kind of standalone with our charter from Congress to make sure that, we provide quality control, for the Army to make sure we're fielding the right equipment, to our men and women who are out there and going in the harm's way. Okay, so really, I think the big takeaway from this slide is, although we're a lean and mean organization, as we evolve with the way modern warfare has evolved, and there's a lot of unclassified stuff out there on the war in Ukraine right now. Well, the Army's not sitting on we're not sitting on our hands saying, well, look at that. We're actually using all these things that are going on in the real world as things that we need to evolve with our equipment, the way we fight, which means for operational testers, we have to evolve as well too, because as the equipment's changing and the way we employ that equipment's changing as testers, we have to keep pace with that to make sure, number one, that we're familiar with the newest techniques for employment and how that new equipment's going to work. But we also have to come up with ways to continue to test that in the right environment. And that's really where we probably need the most intellectual help as we move forward. And that gets over to the right with the capability gaps. And this list is actually a lot longer. I just cut the list down to really be more pertinent for where I think what we can really leverage from the research part. But just to mention a few things, data right now is probably first and foremost. For us as operational testers, it's all about the data, having a quality set of data that we collect and we identify, before the test, as we're going through the planning stages, that we collect during the test, and that we work with our evaluation, statisticians, and smart men and women to evaluate that, write the final evaluation report, which ultimately once a year gets sent to Congress. That is a special office within the Department of Defense that will actually put together this report and send it to Congress once a year. That goes through not all of it, but most of the sensitive, important sets of not only the Department of the Army equipment that we're getting ready to do, but also the entire Department of Defense. And we also, in that report, kind of get a grade on how well or how adequate, was the testing that we did, in particular the operational test. And what they're saying is, okay, here's how we assess the equipment, the taxpayer money spending on it, but also that the testing that went along to, sign a grade, if you will, for that equipment, it was the right test. It was built correct, it was designed correctly, it was executed to standard. So the data that came out of that led to that evaluation, Congress, you can rely on that to make future acquisition decisions or future funding decisions as we move forward with this piece of equipment. So you can kind of see, when we go from the grassroots and operational test all the way up to major millions and billions of decisions, within the Army. I'm oversimplifying it, there's a lot more that goes into it, but that's essentially, it comes down to all about the data. And so with that, we use the data for all, I talked about, we collect it, we reduce it, which means we put it into, usable form that the statisticians can perform all their various tests on it. And then we have to, present it afterwards. And as the tests get more complex, especially with the ones that are network centric, we collect a ton of data. I just came from one test about a month ago. We had a room about a quarter this size with nothing but servers that was collecting data every day of the test. And we had an army of, analysts, data collectors, that runs the whole gamut, both military, Department of the Army civilian, contracts, a lot of contractors civilian. They would go through basically terabytes and terabytes of data to try to break that down into a way that can be analyzed. So we're looking for ways right now, to simplify that, to provide more interoperability as we have different testing nodes. So the Army right now, in particular, ATEC, or the Army Test and Evaluation Committee, and operational, and us, OTC, we are getting heavily involved in training our workforce on data analytics, data engineering, moving that data, and then, the data science as a whole. And I realized, based on which course you go to or which school, there's, those three terms have different, different meanings, but that's kind of some of the schooling I've been to, that's kind of how I break them down. And then the next thing up there, machine learning and artificial intelligence is huge right now. And we are just scratching the surface of what that's going to look like. I mean, we are at the very genesis of how we're going to, number one, understand the equipment that we're viewing that involves machine learning, and then take it a step higher than that, AI, artificial intelligence. Now we have to come up with ways of how we're going to actually test that stuff. And outside, there's a lot of discussions, and we're starting to see a lot more of our workforce, and Department of Defense as well is offering a lot more courses to basically educate the workforce so we can get more educated, better understand what all that means as we move forward to test that stuff. That number one, we can understand what all that means. And I can tell you there's a wide knowledge gap right now. I think it's not only within DoD, but it's also probably, in the civilian sector as our technology gets more and more advanced. Threats. I can't go into too much of that because a lot of it, for obvious reasons, is classified. But that's a challenge as well. How do we keep pace with the current threat? Again, I use the example of Ukraine. Every day, there's volumes of information that are coming out, or every week is probably more accurate. But where a lot of people are going through and doing the analysis to see, is our, the threat that we're training and testing and planning against, God forbid if we actually have to, go full force into more combat actions. If the equipment that we're developing against that threat, will it hold up? Are we designing it? Are we building it? And are we testing and training against the most realistic threats? And this is always a challenge. Now, luckily, within the testing world, I think we have a very good system for, kind of validating our threats before we take it to test. But it's, again, there's a lot of challenges with that. But again, I think we have, the right intellectual skill set against that right now. But this is definitely something I think we could probably leverage from the partnership as well. And then modeling and simulation is huge. That's been talked about a fair bit. As we get into some sensitive testing, it's just for environmental reasons, it's not always possible to do the type of testing that we need to do. So modeling and simulation, I think, is going to be more critical as we move forward with operational testing. But the challenge I see is, you have to have a validated, verified, validated, accredited model that you can actually use to run your simulations. Because it's not accredited against realistic, realistic parameters that have been validated. Some that have been validated real world somehow, or at least there's algorithms enough to prove that it meets the right threshold. And go back to my previous statement about what's an adequate test. If the test will not be adequate, in other words, it won't be credible for us to base any type of results from that as we do the analysis to send those evaluations forward for final decisions. So that's something that we're working pretty hard, but again, it takes a long time to develop a good model now. But we've got to get faster on it. We've got to get more accurate on it. We have to come up with more innovative ways to look what's out there right now currently across not only DoD, Department of Defense, but also the civilian sector, to be able to hopefully quickly accredit it and apply it to particular operational tests that we're looking to leverage. But even having said all that, we still need smart individuals that can come in and tailor that if required to help us apply that to the test. Right now, we need more of that skill set within the OTC to be able to do that. And that works. That's probably a 10-day discussion, and so very, very complicated. We're always fighting bandwidth. We're always fighting, 10th generation sometimes is a generation behind because that part of the sector is moving really, really fast right now, and it's extremely expensive. And that doesn't even scratch the surface of all the cybersecurity stuff that we have to, for obvious reasons, with the Department of Defense and really anywhere now, be concerned about. So not only do we have to have the right networks, but we have to have all the control measures in place to protect those networks as we apply them, both at a micro level within our test, but also a macro level. We're looking to share data across the country. And like you saw in the previous slide, we actually do test worldwide. We do several tests in Germany. We do some in Eastern Europe. We're pretty much all over the world, depending on the environment we need for pre-operational tests. So we have to move that data somehow once we complete those tests. And then so that brings me kind of to my last point down the bottom there. So this research, we believe this research part is absolutely critical to OTC for a lot of different reasons. And the good news for us is we've already been leveraging it, much like you saw that Tritium example. We have probably 50% of our workforce is at retirement age right now, and a lot of them will stay well beyond that. But at some point, everyone has to make a decision. They want to move on to the next event in their lives, and so they'll retire out. You have to provide 30, 40 years, some cases of phenomenal service, true patriots. But we have to replace that, and we are trying to leverage. The status. So we're 35% want to stay in the area, but we need help doing that. And and I'll tell you, TAMU CTX provided great opportunities. That we've had several interns that come to the program that we brought into OTC. We have a very robust internship, and we've actually a lot of them have been hired on as full-time employees, and they're doing very well. But the other part to that, if we could get that connective tissue where they come out of Fort Hood, come over into the university as soldiers who understand what the Army does, get that education they need, whether they go spend spend some time with it, supporting contractors here that aren't supportive of OTC, or where they come directly into federal service or contractors in the federal service. For us, it's a win-win because we still need that intellectual capital either way, whether they're on the contracting side or whether they're part of federal service. So that's absolutely a critical part of the partnership for us. And again, the good news is we're already starting to leverage that, but the second piece to that, once we get this research part stood up, is we'll be able to have even more synergy where these individuals are kind of going in the triangle, Fort Hood to TAMU, CTX, to either the contracting role for a while, or maybe permanently, or contracting to federal service or the federal service. That'll provide the venue for us to get a constant flow of talent, because I'd say probably next 5 years, that's gonna be absolutely critical to sustaining our workforce. Again, we're lean, it means we absolutely have to have every individual in that team counts, and we depend on him or her to do the work that we need them to do. And we have kind of great talk, training, certifications. I know, the good news again is we're starting to work that with this university as well. We're starting to see, again, some of the fruits of our labors. Capabilities and methodologies, that's really when we get into, once we get this stood up. And again, we have several supporting contracts, but it's in our best interest to continue to, see the contractors around this area get better and better, because that means we're gonna get a better and better product. And that's why I think, that this research park will provide that synergy to do it. And then, with OTC, intimately involved in it, that's gonna help us, have more agile intellectual support. Because again, with 500 people, we could spend, we just don't have the time to do that level of training, to get that right expertise in every single thing we need. So we are absolutely dependent on going outside of our organization and leveraging, smart contracting, smart contracting firms to help us do that work. And again, Partnership Gateway, this is, we see this as not only local, but, not only the state of Texas, but also, I think once it gets synergy, really being at the national level, because, the Department of the Army, the Department of Defense is kind of at the heart of it. We're all over the world with this, everyone knows. And I know I went long, but I think it was worth spending a little bit of time. It's like OTC's thrown out there a lot. I wanted you all to just have a better appreciation, a little better feel for what we do and how we're organized.
So we're gonna open questions to the panel. All right. Just a second. You can go with Mike.
So speaking of workforce needs for the research park and to bring people in, we've done a lot of talking about bringing in soldiers who have either ATS'd or recovered. If the focus of the research park is going to be this culture of innovation and bringing it on, I've been in military spots for 19 years, and I find that military tend to be very rigid, hierarchical, and not always open to innovation. But I think that there are 3 sectors of the workforce here in Killeen, spouses who are young, diverse, and transient, which is a challenge I know for those that would want to bring it into the research park. Also, we have a very large population in North Killeen, a place that is traditionally, or at least in the last 20 years, been largely ignored for development and as a place to pool a good workforce. And then also the large amount of immigration from California and from other areas into Texas over the last few years, especially since COVID hit. So as much as I love that we're focusing on bringing in ex-military, my husband's about to retire, yes, let's get him more opportunities because this is a cool place to live. But what would the panel like to speak to appeal to the other 3 large populations that could be a potential workforce and how we can bring them in and work on collaboration? So military spouses, immigrants from other areas of the United States who have come to Texas, and the population that's already here in Killeen that may be unskilled, but are absolutely a resource.
I mean, I'll take, so one is if we left the impression that we're only interested in retired military, I think that's probably the wrong impression. I think our interns, some have some connection, right, to the military, but certainly it's part of the draw, right, because you have the security clearances. But from my perspective, all those populations are important. I would say the transient, the issue in the workforce today, and this is across the nation, is what do we do with remote work? We were a real world example. There's a company out there in Provo. They went bankrupt because they invested in their operational funds in FTX. Anybody wants that as a business use case, I'm more than happy to talk about it. But we got a call
And I was on a call with a young lady, and she said, hey, I'm a military spouse and I moved. And I said, well, I don't care. But it depends on the skill set that you need. And so that's really what it comes down to is every workforce is different based on the requirements of the technology. And I think that COVID has really changed the dynamics of the workforce. On the other hand, when you're working in a SCIF and you have TSSCI work, most likely that environment's gonna have to be, you have to be somewhere. So I think the opportunities are there, but what I would offer is ultimately for the workforce to develop here in Central Texas, you need opportunities, and those opportunities with the federal workforce, right, or the government, right, or contracting, we have to change the dynamic of what is the government looking for. And so that's why I keep on saying you have to bring in procurement specialists to do that. But frankly, I think we're open to just about. I'm sorry. I think you have to really be open to us, is open to all those communities. Look, we have 30 open requisitions, right? The challenge is I need computer scientists, I need engineers, I need systems engineers. I can't find people to move here to Central Texas. And then when we do find people here in Central Texas, the challenge is it's crazy. People, the salary, I mean, I've said this before, I missed my calling, should have been a computer scientist, right? I'm not, I can't even play one if I stayed at Holiday Inn Express last night. So I think that there are needs for industry, it depends on what they need. I think that's part of what also has to change is how do we train the workforce, educate the workforce into some of the skills that are actually required today.
Just to pick up where Mr. Lopez left off, when you think about the research park as a community partnership, it's not just industry that has a requirement that's doing the hiring right now, but you've got a great opportunity with the academic side of it right now to identify those types of needs, whether it's a computer scientist, a data guy, et cetera, to be able to, and I use that term gender inclusive, by the way, a data person. So, but in order to have, okay, this is what our industry partners are looking for to meet those government requirements, perhaps we can build those programs here and create that sort of that synergy that Mr. Leffers was referring to, so we can train that population that's coming in. You said it might be unskilled workforce, it might be spouses, it might be people coming in from other areas of the country, in order to generate that skilled workforce that can then be leveraged to be able to meet the contracts. The challenge always comes down to, specifically when we're talking about a government contract, is you have very little wiggle room on, this is a person have a certain education requirement. A clearance is, that's money in the bank, and that's why we tend to focus on folks who are transitioning out of the military. But as those capabilities that our customers are looking for become more well-known, we can create the opportunity for that academic preparation and leverage larger aspects of the community. We're certainly not trying to ignore anybody, we're just trying to find the best fits to meet our customers' needs.
So just that this portion is having the military community that already has the security clearance and started kind of writing. That's a good, we know that we have a workforce to pull from in the beginning, and then as it gets bigger, there'll be more knowledge, and therefore we'll have more interest, and therefore more will come into the university because they want to work at the research park. Is that where we're hoping to go?
That's sort of the vision, like when the previous the previous speaker, when you're talking, you get to that year 5 plus, now we're flourishing, and the structure's been built, the needs are understood, and you have that bigger community that everybody is now contributing or participating.
Awesome, thank you.
So I wanted to add, at CTC, we're the third largest employer in the region, and so we have certainly learned the value of military personnel, whether they're retired spouses, children of spouses, and that has been a great asset for us because you understand when, when we hire you, you understand how to deal with the military population. You understand they don't have a 9-to-5 schedule. That, there are various challenges with the military lifestyle, which is certainly extending beyond the job. So from an employment perspective, I can see that there's really great value of hiring spouses and anyone in any way affiliated with the military. Also, just to add, we have training and things available, and sometimes that is a challenge when you are a military spouse and you move around and maybe you're situated for a job here, but now your husband leaves 2 years later, or let's say husband
see, I'm stereotyping too, spouse, your spouse, wife, whoever's in the military. So the military member leaves, the family moves with them, and their new training needs. And so, and, you know, for us, being located on the military installation, as well as right outside the Clear Creek Gate with our main campus, you know, we understand the needs of the military, and we're absolutely positioned to help students that come, whether they want to pursue a degree with us and maybe go to Texas A&M, whether they want to pursue a degree and go into the workforce, or maybe they don't want to pursue a degree. Maybe they just need a certification or upgrade some skills. And so I can say thank you to all who serve, and I'm including the spouses in there as well.
Next question. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Evelyn Waioli, I'm Vice President of Development at Temple College. And you mentioned a 5-year plus plan. And as you were talking about growing a talent pool, I was thinking about there's a short-term plan, there's a long-term plan, and everything in between. And as we think about building this research center, what is the plan to go to get that 5-year plan about reaching down? That's an 8th grader. You know, they're coming out of they have, if they don't have that math to become a computer science major by 8th grade, they won't be it. So as a panel, can you think about building that pipeline for the long haul? What's your vision of how to do that so that the students who have no one that ever went to college before don't even know what computer science is? How do we do that as a group of thinkers in this room? That was a softball question.
So again, as an education institution, I think we see ourselves as a pipeline of employees, right? This is what we do. They come to our college for a year or 2 or 5 or however long it may take to get the degree and maybe move on. But the real goal is to move into the workforce. So what we do, we certainly work with high schoolers, and sometimes we're invited to speak to middle schoolers, and we talk to them. You know, in high school then, we have a large number of dual credit students. So we have credit students in STEM programs. So dual credit, I think most of you are familiar, but that means these students are in high school and they take college courses, and they also take high school courses. So they're working on their 2-year degree and their high school diploma at the same time. And so you're absolutely correct. You can't really start early enough. So it's important that you have good relationship with your school districts, that you, like for example, with Copper Scope, we have an early college program with Killeen High School, or with KISD. We are involved in the STEM program, with the STEM Academy. We have an early college high school on campus. We teach dual credit classes. We extend those to our service area. So you're absolutely right. You have to make sure that students understand that this is a pipeline, this is where they can go. And what we always look for, we do look for industry partners to come in, whether they're guest speakers, whether they're on advisory boards, whether they mentor a student. We look for that because, again, you have to get the interest of the students that they want to come and work for you one day. So I think that is something that we can accomplish through a partnership by building a pipeline of students really from, I want to say middle school, but realistically from high school through maybe community college, university, into the workforce.
It's a hot button for me. And I think and a lot of research has been done out there. If you want STEM, if you don't get them by 3rd grade, I think you've lost them. So really it's about creating the opportunities. And so from an industry perspective, it's about engagement. The challenge of engagement at the elementary school is, depending on the school district, Texas is a unique place, as y'all know, right? You have independent school districts that have nothing to do with the local government, I think, right? And so how do you do that? I think you create programs, and I think we can certainly create industry university programs that go there. My daughter was involved in something called Dorothy in the Lab. And Dorothy in Kansas, by the way. Right? But basically it took 1st graders, kindergartners, and exposed young women to science and technology. that's how you build it, and it is a long-term, it is more than a 5-year plan. I think it's incumbent on all of us to invest in that. How we do that is you have to take a long road picture, and the universities, the community colleges have to look at it. And this is the other piece that's important. We can't just look at it as a pipeline for the university. There are a lot of jobs out there that are technical jobs that don't require degrees. And unfortunately, sometimes we focus too much on the fact that people have to get a university degree. I'm sorry, I'm used to heresy here, right? But, to get a 6-figure job, you don't have to have a bachelor's. I mean, has anybody paid a plumber, on a weekend? In Northern Virginia, it could be up to $200 an hour. It's where I, it's probably more reasonable in Central Texas, right? But
No.
It's the same plumber. It's the same plumber. That's why so I would encourage so from your level of advancement is how do we funnel those advancement dollars? How do we do that? And so again, I said in my brief, we're all in. If there's a program that we can help invest in, I know we've done some investments in Boys and Girls Club down in Georgetown. We just did that this year. We provided some computer equipment and some other things down in Georgia. And so again, that I think is the long term. But again, you're just talking two companies. You got Centex, you got Trading, so the question is where's the GDMSs, where's the L3s, where's the Northrop Grumman's, where's the big companies, and what are they doing? And my recommendation is you also need to engage them. They have a lot bigger pockets than we do, right? And that's it. And I think it has to start probably in first grade, second, third grade, and then continue that engagement.
Ben, did you have a comment?
Actually, Keith, can I jump in?
Yes, then we have one question.
We'll have the last question. I just wanted to put out here, and it's piggybacking on the discussion on the question. At A&M Central Texas, we created a program called Recruitment with Research. And we've already gone to the community colleges where our enrollment staff work with faculty who are showing the research that we're doing, STEM, but also humanities, et cetera. And we've expanded that into the high schools, working, one was up in Troy High School where they had their science fair. But it answers your question, goes beyond even third grade, thank you. We actually talked to kindergarten so that they knew about our programs so that we can start that whole process. The piece that we don't have is a business involved in that. And so any businesses who might be interested in that, we literally we try to take one of our scanning electron microscopes, which is pretty cool. But it's faculty with the videos like you saw today, but they're physically there to talk to the students and get them involved, and the inspiration goes off with the faculty members. So I'm going to put that out as a call. Please talk to me afterwards and we'll continue to develop that process and that program. I don't know of any other place that's doing it. If you do know about it, let me know. We don't always like to create the wheel the second or third time, so thank you.
And you'll get the last question.
So I'll ask this one in last question, so it'll be a challenge question. As you think about partnership and you think about the Forge and you think about what it represents as a bigger opportunity to build more collaborations going beyond workforce development and talent acquisition, how do you see the opportunities for what the Forge is building for your organizations to partner on more than just a recruitment pipeline? And I'll throw some softball examples out there, right? OTAs, no transaction authority agreements, right? There's a requirement for a non-traditional defense contractor. Universities qualify as that. But you also have deep scientific expertise, you know, about data science. It's next to impossible to hire AI developers, big data people nowadays, but you got them in droves in graduate programs and undergraduate programs. You've also got PhD level expertise, you've got scientific equipment like scanning electron microscopes, right? I don't know if GAN or Trillium has one of those here, but they do. So how do you think about the partnership opportunities to leverage more than just the student pipeline?
From my perspective, what I see really exciting about the partnership opportunities is, as you said, beyond just leveraging the student pipeline, but leveraging the capabilities, is having a space in which to work and in which to collaborate. But my focus until relatively recently has been going where opportunities are and trying to find business in those locations. Whereas being a partner in a situation like this, we can find business in almost any location and do the back end work in a location like this. So a customer may have a need for a capability in a completely different zip code, state, or location where we could be doing the bulk of the work here, leveraging the talent here, leveraging the infrastructure here, and by the way, keeping a significant part of the dollars in the economy here, and still being able to provide that capability, which is a big switch in mindset for Ben Powers. I'm not saying for everyone on the panel or business in general, but for Ben Powers, where before my focus would be, hey, if we're gonna be going to this zip code, we gotta be able to find infrastructure in that zip code to be able to execute. So to me, that's the largest benefit of this partnership from the academic standpoint, is the capabilities that you have that we can work to bring to bear on solving problems wherever those problems may exist.
All right, so I think the opportunity of the Forge and us working together would be, certainly would be a great vehicle for our institution's faculty work together. They do to some extent, but I think that would enhance the collaboration. I think it would present an opportunity for our students at the community college level, where we do virtually no research, to get exposed to research. So this might be that students come to the research part on a, I want to call it a field day, and see, and really get exposed to research. What does a researcher do? What does it look like? And so I think that would be an absolutely outstanding opportunity just to come to campus and to see some of the facilities and what is available. I can also see an advantage that certainly there might be equipment available that we don't have at the community college. So we do try to stay updated. We do get grants, proving grants and other grants to make sure that we have viable resources for students. That's obviously what we have to do. But I can see that there might be resources, equipment, things available at the Forge that our students have not met before, and maybe things at a higher level. So I can see, in short, I guess I can see how it would benefit our faculty as well as our students greatly.
So I think that's actually a great question. I think one of the things that comes to my mind, you brought up an excellent point. It is, and I'll just be honest, it's all public, it's all on public record. It's very, if you look at the GS system, for example, and if you look at the max salary, for example, GS 15 step 10 you make, it's somewhere around 175,000. That's about the maximum. And then it's a little bit higher by law, where you can't exceed by federal statute. So obviously, we can't compete, salary-wise, budget-wise, to hire the expertise we need as a federal employee per se, especially in a data engineer or a data scientist, depending. So we are dependent, for example, with rely on the two gentlemen with me at this table to do that for us as a venue. And so what this research part would enable us to do is we'd have all this intellectual, talent, intellectual resource pool over here to leverage as we're trying to get at some of these more difficult skill sets. And as you saw from my presentation, that's only going to magnify over the next 5 to 10 years. So having the research part stood up would give us, a security blanket, if you will, that we can, that we will be able to leverage, for all the reasons, that I just talked about. So that's, for us, that's, a big opportunity to leverage that.
I said in the earlier, and I'll repeat, I think that one of the opportunities for this research partner is very different, is the collaboration that occurs with the university. This is my third time here, and it's interesting. You see the community colleges here, Baylor's here, you got Texas A&M, College Station, Texas A&M, Central Texas, and others represented in the room. So how do we create something different here? And there's, if you want to create innovation, there's two words you look at just about any business, and transparency and vulnerability. You have to create a culture here that I think that allows for complete transparency of capability, right, in a secure environment, and then allow for people to be vulnerable. This whole concept of not invent here,
can't exist for this to work. This is a very unique research park in the sense that where it's located, you know, we saw that. And so I think what are the opportunities? They're endless. You know, everything from research that's distributed to a ready-made workforce that's here. You're literally in the center of a triangle, right? Sort of a little off center. But, you know, the great roads in Texas, good sunshine, you know, a good tax base, no state tax. I mean, there's a lot of, quite frankly, innovation. The challenge is, and this is something that our offers, is how do we make Killeen, right, in this central Texas, a place where people want to work, play, and live, right? I think that's the biggest challenge I think you have, and quite frankly, one of the challenges that I have when we talk to people, say, hey, you want to move to Killeen, Texas?
Where?
Where? Right, where? Now, once they come here, it's great, right? So that's, I think, one of the challenges that I think we're gonna have to go. So that's.
Thank you, panelists, very much. Appreciate it.
Dr. Igliazzo, I invite you to do the closing remark here.
Well, for me, it's been a great day. I hope it has for you all as well. The ideas flowing in and out and around and about during the course of the day have been tremendous. Question is now, what do we do about it? The commitment that this institution has, part of its creation, was that we would directly work to raise the educational level of this region. We had the data, we had the numbers. We know about graduation rates, we know who gets how far to college. We've got 2 great community colleges in the county. We have tremendous potential, and we're, all 3 of us, trying to do the very best that we can to engage and serve those regions by doing that very thing. I've watched students cross the stage now for almost 13 years at this institution. And I've seen them come across that stage at 65, and I've seen them come across that stage at 18 as an early college, high school student who got way ahead of the game and came into the university as a junior at 16. There is continuing tremendous potential, but it will take action to make it work. I'm not going to lay out any more plans. We've had great plans. We've had great ideas passed back and forth today, and I hope many of those will stick. This place, as I said, was created to raise the educational level of the workforce. We haven't tried to chase down the students who are going to go to UT, or going to go to A&M, or going to go to Baylor, or wherever they might go. We've worked with the students who may have no other alternative than to go to school in this region. And we have graduated a lot of them. When we do our commencement ceremony at the end of the spring, we will have graduated more than 10,000 students out of this region. Now, for a school of about 2,200 students, that's a lot of graduates. But it's graduates because of the cooperative nature of working with those students between ourselves and the community colleges and the school districts. Now we've got a tremendous opportunity sitting out here in front of us, all of us, of truly developing a research park that could be beneficial in a number of ways. But it's going to take more than me walking out the door, saying that was great, I loved what I heard. I sure hope somebody works on that. All I'm gonna ask, folks, is don't let it just fester. Don't let it die. Don't let the energy be lost. Because there is much that can be done. I mean, I sat here all day and listened to the concepts that could develop, the impact that could be taken, the long-term impact that could occur as a result of moving in this direction. It's going to take a number of us. It's not going to take just one of us or one institution out of the group. And I hope that you will find ways to continue to stay involved with this, stay involved with this idea. And if necessary, come back and challenge us. What have you done lately? Some of you want to give me a phone call in about a month and say, hey, Nicholas, you gave us this pep talk. What about you? What has your institution done about those discussions we had? Well, I'll be very happy to answer that question if you'll answer the same question for me. Other than what I called you. Now, I'm being partially facetious here, guys, but all I want to leave you with is this. This is real. This is possible. It has the potential to have tremendous long-term impact. It will take more than one entity to make it happen. And it will take a team working together from now on, literally, to make it happen. Is it worth it? Well, I know in here that it is, and I think what most of you all do as well. But we'll see where we go from this point. And I hope it will be to continue to develop the idea, the concept, and how we make it happen. You guys have spent a long day. We appreciate it very much that you came, that you listened, that you engaged in the conversation, that you talked at your tables. Maybe you've talked enough about it today, so you don't want to talk about it at supper tonight, but hopefully it will be a conversation that you will stay a part of as we begin to see the impact. You know, I'm a little unfair with my position because I get recharged at least once every semester. There are many other ways, but at least once, and that once is standing on a stage much like this and watching the students come across the stage who are graduating and shaking their hand. That's all. Just shaking their hand. Because especially with this institution and with our partner institutions, they're not all 21. Many of them never thought they would have an opportunity to cross that stage, which is why you see tears in their eyes when they cross it. Many of them have gone on from that ability to graduate, to receive that college degree, do some pretty special things in a variety of fields. It's worth it. It's worth our time. It's worth our energy. I hope that energy will stay high. But again, we really appreciate you being here today. And I hope you'll have a great rest of the week.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed today's presentations and the discussion. And hope you were able to pick up a couple of takeaways. One is the research part is about opportunities more than it is about a research part. Opportunities for businesses, school districts, educational institutions, whether university or community college level, and then businesses and individuals and what they can do. The other one is, I hope you took away something that you saw you might want to become involved with as part of this, whether it's at the educational level or business or economic development. And if you do, I would encourage you to get in contact with either Texas A&M Central Texas, the Greater Plains Chamber of Commerce, or one of the folks you saw today. Because I think they'll help point you in the direction and help find an answer or a way that you can become more involved. I want to take one last opportunity to thank our sponsors today. Eats and Nerds for sponsoring our breakfast. Please give them a round. Tribune Corporation for sponsoring our lunch today. Central Texas Technologies and the Copper Cove Economic Development Corporation for being our silver sponsors today. And then Midas Electronics and Megatex for being our break sponsors today. I'd also like to thank Texas A&M University and its staff for helping put this on today, as well as the Greater Plains Chamber of Commerce and their staff for helping organize this and working on this as well. So, you asked me to make one more announcement, and then you will receive follow-up emails with the presentations and other questions about the Research Park Center today. Please, if you have questions, don't be afraid to respond to that or send any feedback you have. We're glad you came today. We hope you have a safe travel home.
Perfect.